Welcome, welcome, welcome. How's it going? It's RambleCast time. I'm Cody.
Hello,
That's a Corbin.
it's me.
He is currently 15 minutes from the sun. Like literally, if he just lets gravity do its thing, he will get sucked in. It will only take seconds.
Thankfully, I'm getting really tired of this. But
The mortal coil has got you down. Let's see. So yeah, I don't know what the hell was up with subscriber only mode. I'm pretty sure I never turned it on. There is some outside possibility maybe I did it during a game stream when like there were spam bots attacking or something. Maybe that happened. I don't think so, but maybe it's the best guess I've got. Which also might explain why I've seen over the past few weeks, I've seen a few people hop on and just not chat. And I'm not sure if they were subscribers or not, but like just random people were on and just nothing happened. Anyway, so yeah, it's been a week, right?
yes, I'm sorry, I'm doing your promotion for you right now.
One of these days I should get better at that. Or care. I don't know.
You both know you're not going to.
Yeah, it does seem that way, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's fine.
Well, hey, I am being slightly better about it. I am at least pre-opening Twitter and Mastodon so I can like your
Okay.
so when that happens, I'm there for you.
It. Almost there. There. Okay. Hope that's the right YouTube link. I didn't click on it. Yeah, it is. Okay. All right. Well, while you're setting up social stuff, you can change everything to a Pride icon because it's Pride Month now.
I don't really do profile picture changes.
No, I mean, I don't really. It's kind of, I don't know. It's a very weird position where I think it's kind of weird for like personal accounts, but like I kind of get it sometimes for brands. I don't know. It, but like I think for most brands, it comes across as insincere.
Just to put it bluntly, yeah.
I made the Tech Tales profile Pride, and I just got one reply on Mastodon for that, and it was someone saying "shut up." That's it. That's all. Like no, like completely random profile, just all lowercase, no punctuation. It was kind of fun. Yeah, Austin said I support the LGTV community. That's my favorite.
No, that was an excellent meme. I
especially 100%. The one with like Sonic saying it. It's the best.
It's great that you can start just typing in LGTV and Google autocompletes. It immediately knows what this is about. Oh, geez. There are a lot of spins on this meme, but yes, the Sonic meme. Proud to be member of the LGTV community.
I'm not.
Yeah.
I went to my mom's house over the extended weekend, and she was having issues with the Plex and Paramount Plus apps on the LG TV in her bedroom.
Oof.
And the easiest solution for me was just to go get a Roku streaming stick from Target and set it up and factory reset the TV so it couldn't connect to the internet and try to do its own thing. And you know what? It runs incredibly. That thing was like $30 on sale. Opens everything instantly. Even supports like all the like Dolby Vision HDR stuff on that TV. Pretty great. This is now the second time I've gone to my mom's house and replaced something with Roku. I think it's gonna keep happening.
Oh, it's definitely gonna keep happening
until every television at her house and within a 3-mile radius is replaced with Roku sticks.
So this is going way back, but if anybody remembers the good old Boxy Box, oh man, that thing was rough sometimes, but it was for a while kind of actually the best experience you could have. At least if you were doing sort of your own content, sort of stuff. Anyway, with the Boxy Box, at a certain point, the company was purchased by Samsung, and Samsung started hosting the servers that handled a lot of that stuff. It became the standard solution for most people. You literally just get the Boxy Box working, and then you block it from the internet. Once it is set up, you have to block it from the internet just so it doesn't have to contact Samsung servers, because oh my god, things just went horribly wrong at that stage. It just absolutely broke. So,
I think I like vaguely recall this.
Yeah, the good old Boxy Box. It was, oh my god, it was something rough. It was one of the dumbest shaped devices in history.
I am getting like was this just a thing we did in 2010 collectively as a civilization, is make TV boxes in weird shapes? Because there was this, yeah. There's the Nexus Q. I don't know, was that 2010?
That was 2012.
Okay, so a couple years there we did funny boxes.
There was we can't forget the Nvidia Shield, honestly. I mean, don't get me wrong, that one was at least
closer to
everything had to have a weird top to it, so that you couldn't stack anything on top of it or whatever. It had to be the pinnacle, the top piece of your entire entertainment center. And the Boxy Box was literally a cube with a slice at a weird angle, so that it had this sharp point sticking up. That I remember seeing that. My very first comment after seeing it is, if this thing ever takes off enough that people care about it, there will be a TV episode someday where someone trips and lands on this thing and freaking dies. Like, it was designed perfectly to kill somebody. To this day, I'm still actually kind of mad at it, because it's just such a terrible design. But hey,
it's a good thing we've all figured out how to make just a simple box that sit next to your TV. We definitely don't have any game consoles that have like weird wavy panels that don't fit in a cabinet at all.
I mean, at least they're not designed to literally kill people.
Well, that's when the console overheats, and then that happens.
Yeah. Quick point just for you. I don't know how much you care, but I just saw Daisy walking around behind you, so assume, I don't know if you...
She might be done with the outside. I mean, if she is, I'm going to close my door, because the AC is expensive.
Yep, that's why I brought it up. Okay, so we can get off the Boxy Box screen, because nobody needs to see that for too long. Let's see. Kirby, Rainbow June 1st back to being bigoted on July 1st. Welcome to Rainbow Capitalism. No, for real. I don't change my profile picture for two really
because Cody wants to be bigoted all year long. He's not going to hide.
No, it's not bigotry if I hate them all. My own included. Like, we all suck.
Cody hates all of you equally.
All the biological organisms are kind of crappy, so there is that. No, honestly, my biggest reason, and I wish I was kidding, but it's absolutely true, I'm way too lazy to change my profile picture. That.
It's true. You've been doing these for how long, and you don't have like a tweet when you go live, like the very basic thing?
I mean, I could just manually tweet, and I don't even do that. But to be fair, and very sincerely, the reason I haven't done that is because I want to actually fix like my views in OBS. I want to kind of professionalize the stream before I make a point of advertising it. The irony to that being, of course, it's now been 2 years of doing this show, 2+ years of doing this show, and I still haven't. So yeah, that's on
it's
me.
It's not like anything else has happened in those 2 years. Like, nothing happened that like maybe threw our schedules through a loop.
Oh, no kidding. And
Nothing like
and
that.
I have tried a couple of times to kind of clean up the scenes and make them look better. Very notably, I actually still have a in-progress version of a scene from ages ago. You can switch to it now. You don't need to look. You don't care. But yeah, this slightly different thing anyone viewing right now is seeing. I've had it sitting here in OBS for a very long time. I've meant to do this and like finish it up, and I just haven't. So, yeah, that's a thing. Bouncing back to the old one. Not that the old one's much better, but it is slightly different. To the person who just randomly followed me on Mastodon, thank you. I think.
Hey.
So, yeah, I think somebody following Corbin has now decided to follow me. Yay. My Mastodon dominance is close at hand.
I do get your frustration with the like getting all the back end things sorted simultaneously, because it's like kind of what I've been trying to do with Tech Tales is I don't really love my publishing workflow at all, and also like I've yet to find a task management system that like is really good for this, because like ideally what I want is like all those cool like organizing boards that all the hip kids are using, where it's like columns of stuff you can move around, but I hate I hate everything that uses that.
Yeah.
Like basically none of them have like native apps, especially on computers, or they have other weird things. Like Trello stresses me out. I used Asana at XDA. That is way too much for what I need. Like many far more complicated.
And honestly, I really did not like Asana. Not that anybody cares, but Android Police, for 6 months or so, tried the Asana experiment. 5 months probably, and it happened. It was okay, but I don't think it was good.
It's like fine. I don't know. It's way too much for what I need, and also that's like a paid product if you want to use everything. So
yeah.
For a while I was using GitHub issues to like manage topics for Tech Tales, because that also made automation possible, because I could use GitHub Actions for stuff. But GitHub is like trying to migrate their like project management stuff into a different thing, and it's like in different places, and it still doesn't have all the features I want, so can't do it there. So that's a pain. And then I'm also trying to figure out like publishing stuff. Like I need to get I'd like to get some kind of system where I can like have chapters in it when I'm editing, and then have an easy way to dump that into the audio file for podcast players and for YouTube, because YouTube has good chapter support now. But yeah. So that's a whole thing.
Austin says you need Jamboard.
I do. That's exactly what I was thinking. I need a giant screen that I could swivel around my apartment to write all my ideas on.
I mean, who doesn't need a Jamboard?
I am gonna spend like way too much money on something within the next like month. I don't know exactly what, but like I kind of want the OLED Switch, and also like this webcam is having issues, and all my other webcams are in various stages of broken. And now that we've finished, well, not finished, but now that we've had several product development cycles during a global pandemic, we actually have pretty good webcams now. So there's some options for me to choose from.
That seems to be true.
Yeah. Like Logitech has some fancy new ones. Microsoft has some. I could get one of the really fancy ones that have Windows Hello now that I'm using Windows again. You know, possibilities are endless.
Yes, they are. Let's see. And just to finish my enumerated thought from earlier, the other reason I don't do profile picture changes, kind of to the earlier point, honestly, it feels like pandering in not the good way. Like,
Yeah, it definitely depends on like the kind of person you are. I
Yeah.
think where especially social media kind of encourages you to be vocal about things you probably don't really care about.
Okay, I don't want to say not care about that.
Right. Like
For
what
me,
you like
it's
wouldn't have otherwise,
right,
says.
right.
I think I'm getting further away from the thing I was trying to make a point of. I'm just gonna stop talking.
Well, okay, then let me put it this way, because I think the this is probably, I think, what you would aim to say. At least it's how I would aim to say. I am not explicitly part of uh, most of the communities that are typically the profile picture communities, I guess you could say. It's nothing against. Obviously, I have no problem with most of the communities. It's just I'm also not really part of them. Like, I'm not involved or engaged in them, and putting it on my profile picture or anything like that, it feels like kind of a fake thing if you're not also like actively a part of it. So
Yeah, I could see that.
yeah, at least that's just how I look at it. Also, and this is a point I was making in, I don't even remember where I was making this point, somewhere earlier today. For businesses, not for personal accounts, but for businesses, don't I don't understand why anyone wants to get involved in a lot of this stuff as a business, because 9 times out of 10, if you kind of politicize your business, all you're doing is pissing off half of your customer base in some way, shape, or form.
Well, I guess the counter argument to that is like it shouldn't be politics, but also like
certain things aren't, obviously.
yeah. But like it is like almost always insincere though when companies do it, especially when like there are a few exceptions, like the companies that like donate a ton of money to like Trevor Project and other charities and that kind of thing, or it's like run by the employees, and a lot of the employees are in these communities and they try to make a difference. But yeah, like when like Exxon Mobil is doing it, I'm like, I don't know, guys.
Yeah,
I don't know about that.
Yeah, pretty sure you aren't what we were aiming for.
Yeah.
Oh, Curvy posted a link to a desktop fingerprint reader.
Oh. I don't know if I want Bill Gates to have my finger.
This is Kensington, but it is what it is. It's the smallest takeaway from this. It's actually kind of even a dumb takeaway, but honestly, they should make that a much prettier product. Like, I know they made it as simple as could be. It's just a tiny little black dongle sort of thing. It's subtle, and that's kind of a good thing. But at the same time, I'm looking at it and like, no, I kind of want a really crazy, awesome looking fingerprint reader. If you're going to have it,
like some of like razor lights like go around it.
I wasn't thinking razor lights. I was actually thinking like glass with I don't know, just sort of a stylized, very sexy looking glass device. Yeah. I don't know. I'm not sure. I have something I can picture in my head, but I can't describe it easily. But yeah, I feel like they could make it sexier.
I mean, that looks cool. Though, like, Windows Hello stuff for me, it would just be like a slight bonus if I get a well-made webcam.
Mm-hmm.
That's like I didn't even know it was in the Surface laptop when I bought it. It was like, oh, you want to do face unlock? I'm like, oh, so this is what Windows has these days. And now I'm doing that thing that like I've seen iPhone people do for years when like they need to unlock a password, they just like stare intently at their device.
Okay.
Now I'm one of those people.
Okay. I actually had a theory about that being the reason maybe Apple didn't put Face ID into the MacBooks. Because they added the notch. Everyone knows that there's actual extra sensors in the notch. It's not just a camera. But the big question is, why did they put a stupid notch in there if they really could have avoided it in some other way? And I honestly, I think it's because they didn't want a bunch of people to just stand there stupidly staring at their laptop screen like, okay, unlock. Like, no, that would be kind of embarrassing to do in public. And it's no big deal if like someone reaches up and just puts their finger on the Touch ID key, no big deal. Like, that's subtle. It's not that obvious. But if you just sit there staring at a locked screen, like, no, you look like an idiot.
It does look very silly, especially when, like, I was like helping my mom set up the Roku stuff, and her like phone locked, and I had to be like, Mom, can you stare at your phone intently for a second,
Right.
so I can use the Roku app again.
Well, that's that moment where like you're fixing her phone, and you've got to be like, hey, Mom.
Yeah.
Just
gaze into the phone, please.
Well, I wouldn't even say anything. Just I'd be like straight up, hey, Mom. The phone right in her face, and she'll be like, wait, what? Huh? Oh. I mean, I did that with my mom in the past, where I literally just flipped the phone around and said, put your thumbprint there. And like, sure enough, she did. And she got it, but biometric stuff is a pain in the ass. Right after that, I promptly said, okay, remind me again what the hell's your stupid PIN, so I can just type it in when I need it next time. I think I also changed the timeout on that phone so that it wouldn't lock itself after like 30 seconds. But yeah, anyway, so let's see. All right, there were a few comments about the
Kirby said a Super Switch is coming. Is there actually a Switch Pro coming? Because like that was supposed to happen last year, and then they didn't do that.
Okay, and Kirby's saying coming in March. That's 9 months away, right?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It's already been March. Honestly, I thought that my brain didn't process that part. I thought March was like a couple months away.
Corbin has had a long week, a long day at least.
Yeah.
No, I don't know anything about this. I don't follow Switch news, but I'm just gonna say, predictively, there's always gonna be a new Switch coming. Every year, I think, or like maybe every 18 months, there is a new Switch. There's always going to be a new Switch. So if you wait long enough, you're bound to have a new one to buy. And all the people that bought a Switch in the past will buy the same new Switch too, because for whatever reason, I think you have to. I don't know why. I just think it's a requirement. By the way, hey Nils, how's it going, dude?
Hi.
Yes, hey to Nils, Curvy. I think you three are the ones chatting thus far.
Yeah, I mean, I still have my original Switch, like the one you can technically hardware mod if you want to.
Ooh.
So if I upgrade, I would get a better screen and much better battery life, because they did like a half upgrade in there where they upgraded the chipset, not to make it faster, but to make it more power efficient. So it gets like an extra hour of battery, I think. And that's pretty nice. So might buy one of those soon, and a webcam. Yeah. So we'll see. I'm playing The Outer Worlds on Switch right now, and it very much makes me wish we had a Switch Pro already, because it is very rough.
Yeah.
Like there's some areas where it looks worse than like a PS2 game. Absolutely. It's
rough.
It is very rough.
Oh my god, seriously, that should not be a thing anymore.
Hold on, let me I posted the worst area I saw. Oh, here it is. Okay, I'll copy and paste this into Ramble.
All right. Momentarily.
There you go. I don't know what resolution that is, but it is very low.
Oh my god, this has okay, no. This obviously this is so much better than what I'm about to say, but this has some kind of like Wolfenstein / Quake vibes to it.
Yeah, like where like the textures don't perfectly line up with like the edges of objects.
Yep.
Yeah.
plus just, I don't know what it is, but there's actually just the colors and just sort of the
It does
really
have
low density of the textures.
Yeah.
It is very obvious looking at this.
It does have that energy to it, but yeah, like in
Obviously
now,
it looks like a million times better, but
yeah,
it's still
well,
bad.
yeah. In fairness, I took this when I was in the when I was like in handheld, so this was on a like 6.5-inch screen, so it didn't look quite as bad.
Yeah,
But it looks marginally better if you plug it into the dock. But yeah, this game's rough.
This is definitely pushing it to the limit. Imagine if they tried running Cyberpunk on there.
oh no!
Your Switch in literally 8 seconds just goes thermonuclear.
Yeah, I mean that would be very. I'd like to see that. It would be terrible.
Oh god, it probably wouldn't even successfully
Yeah.
render the main character.
No, what would be really funny is if they handled it like you know what kind of went the way that dinosaurs was video games where different platforms would have like an entirely different game. Like this, like I remember this happening all the time with like Xbox 360 and PS3, especially with the Wii, where a company would make a game and the PS3 and Xbox would basically get the same thing, and then they make something entirely different for the Wii. Like
Okay,
I remember
but they
with
had to.
sometimes, yeah, there were like occasionally cross-platform. I mean, there was a lot of cross-platform stuff. Like I played the Cars Pixar Cars game, and that was the same on the Wii. But I remember there was other stuff like when the Tron Legacy stuff came out, there was a Tron game that they made for every other platform that I haven't tried yet. Apparently it's fun. I need to do that at some point. But they came out with that, and then the Wii just got like a grid racing game based on Tron, which was still pretty fun, but it wasn't like, a story-based, game, whatever.
Yeah.
But I could see them doing that for like Cyberpunk if they wanted to do that. Just make a completely different game and call it Cyberpunk, and you don't know until you open it.
Oh, I'm sure people would know. and weirdly,
Yeah, no, you can't,
I think
you
a
can't
lot of
get
people
away
would
with
be
that
happy
anymore.
about it.
Yeah. I mean, they could,
That game got so much hate.
It could. What if they just like make it make like a Quake mod in the theme of Cyberpunk, and that's the game?
I think it would have been more liked.
Yeah, that isn't really happening anymore. It's kind of interesting.
Well, give it time. Give it time. Nintendo is going to continue to always be behind in like performance, so it'll happen again.
Maybe.
Oh, it's gonna happen.
That would be funny. What's happening now a lot is either games completely skip the Switch, or there's more games coming out that are cloud editions where they're just streaming. Those are not good. Like, I guess if literally all you own is a Switch and you really want to play a game, that's fine. But I've not seen good things about those versions.
I wonder if maybe that's what should happen to Stadia. Maybe Google and Nintendo should partner up. I mean, hey, it kind of worked for Pokemon. If they just partner up and be like, hey, Google, crap, sorry. I did. What's amazing? The phone that always triggers, it triggered as usual, but my Nest Hub did not trigger on that. Sorry, everybody.
Yeah.
But yeah, if those two should partner up and just but let Nintendo run their stuff on Stadia. That would be fantastic for their users.
Yeah, I don't know because usually it's the publishers. It's always the publishers running the cloud version. I don't know what infrastructure they do. I don't know if they've tried the white label Stadia thing, or they do something else. But whatever they're using now it's not very good from what I've seen.
Yeah, and I don't know how the white label Stadia stuff is performing, but I imagine it's not that bad. I should try it since I'm on AT&T and I can. And I never actually played the Batman game, so I guess that'd be a thing I could try on there.
Curry said Switch 2 is supposed to get a more powerful SoC that can do DLSS. Yeah, that'd be swell. So, yeah, I mean, I'll probably get an OLED Switch soon, and then I'll look at that whenever that becomes available. But I never jump on new console stuff ever, like when it's new. Like I always wait I was really late to the 3DS. I was pretty late to the DS. So I'm happy to let all the, first wave of manufacturing issues pass me by.
But to be fair, those two were when you were young. You were really young, so
that's true. I was not the one buying the DS
on those.
Yeah. Well, with the 3DS, I actually did buy all my 3DSs myself.
I didn't say you didn't.
Okay.
Just that young enough, you may not have had immediate access or the money.
Right.
Or, I'm just assuming, but.
Right. I don't think I had $200 for a 3DS in 2012.
Plus games.
Yeah. Nope.
Yeah, let's see. I historically, I'm known to kind of avoid first gen stuff. At least for game consoles, because holy crap, game consoles are famous for just dying in first gen.
Mm-hmm.
But I did actually end up getting a first gen of the original Xbox. Just purely a fluke. I did, and back when they were still like highly scalpable. I just happened to walk into a Walmart one day super early in the morning because I stayed up one night hanging with friends, and just walked in and it's like, oh, they have 4 of these. Or wait, 4 2. I don't know, it was an even number. Anyway, some other person was there and picked up one, and I'm looking at it like, you know what? Sure. I why not? I'll
play Halo. Why not?
Oh, Halo wasn't even out yet. They had something like 7 launch titles. Seriously. And Halo had been advertised, but they didn't have it out yet. So yeah, I picked up something else that none of it was good. And eventually when Halo came out, like 2 or 3 weeks later, I picked that up and played it. And yeah, Halo was excellent at the time.
Yeah, I played a little bit. I have the big collection they made a couple years ago. I only played, I think, like an hour of it, and then I got distracted by other things as usual.
Yeah. Let's see.
Kirby says Halo CE was a launch title.
That's, I think, collector's edition or something.
Oh, Halo Combat Evolved.
Oh, Combat Evolved. Okay.
Was that not the first?
No, well, not with the original Xbox. With the original Xbox, Halo, if you want to call it that, you could technically have called the original Halo launch title, because they showed it off. They announced it was coming. All of this advertising and marketing featured Halo, but it literally was not available the very first week. It was available like 2 or 3 weeks after the Xbox started shipping.
Or maybe they made like 3 discs in the first week.
Maybe, I don't know, but all I can say is it was hilarious. Walmart had almost no Xbox units, but they had their wall of Xbox games, and when I say wall, it was one shelf.
Oh man, it's just like 2022, huh?
Yeah. It's so weird seeing all the games sitting right there, and it's like no one's gonna buy these.
That is very funny. Every time I go to Target and I stop over at the video games to go see if there's any Switch games on sale, and I see the wall of like PS5 games, and I look at their cabinet they have. There's like 1 PSVR in there.
Yeah.
Like that's all they have.
Well, it's so easy printing more discs. It's not easy printing more machines.
No.
Yeah. No, it's rough. That's real rough. And yeah, Hey,
Speaking of things you can't actually buy, the Pixel 7.
yeah. No, I was
except one person,
evidently.
almost. Yeah.
Well, okay, so I guess we can skip to that. Well, screw it. I'm just gonna put up first. Our AP did the post for this. Yeah, somebody put the Pixel 7 up on eBay, and lo and behold, that didn't go well. Shocker! A whole bunch of people post about this before the auction even ended, and yeah, the dude's listing got taken down. That happened. So yeah, let's see. At least our screenshots show that it got up to a bid of $510, which, yikes, that seems like such a low point.
Yeah, you're not even at like what the phone will cost when it's done.
Yeah.
Number yet.
I don't understand why wouldn't you just outright start this at $1,000? Just common sense. Start it at $1,000 because you may as well. Anyway, so yeah.
Oh yeah, and Nils mentioned the comments. He just posted this somewhere else. I'll put it in Ramble, but now apparently someone has bought a Pro.
Yeah, I think it was Austin linked to this just a few lines back. Yeah.
Oh. Well, I can't read, so.
But yeah, the Pixel Pro, or sorry, Pixel 7 Pro. Somebody managed to buy that prototype, though. I'm really going to quickly interject that somebody has said that whoever it was that was selling these had several. Supposedly they had more than just one of each. I don't know how accurate any of this is, but that has been said. I think that was from Brandon Lee who said that. Anyway, but yeah, so someone apparently bought the Pixel 7 Pro, and yeah, then it got remotely wiped by Google hours later.
Yeah, Nils just brought that up in the Ramble. Yeah, so like this is what happens every time.
Pretty much, yeah.
If most of the time you can't even sell the phone, and then you might have to deal with lawyers from Google. They send out the hit squad for you.
Yes, reportedly cops did show up at the seller's house and the one of the buyers, I think.
After they were done not stopping shootings.
Yes, exactly.
They wouldn't go into the school, but they will go into your home if you have a prototype Pixel. Yeah.
Which, man, I got whichever iPhone it was that was left in the bar. And
that was the 4? It was either the 4 or the 4S.
I think 4S. Yeah, it was one of those, though. Could it possibly been the 3GS? Some part of me is...
No, I think it was the 4. Okay. iPhone, here we go. NPR from 2010. iPhone lost and barred. Prematurely reveals Apple's next device. And yeah, it was Gizmodo who reported that originally.
Yeah, and the journalist who had it, he got swatted by Apple.
Yeah. Very normal things to do.
The first instance of swatting.
Okay, so it was an iPhone 4. It was disguised as an iPhone 3GS.
Yeah.
So
yeah. Anyway, yeah, I'm getting vibes of that. So Google has now sort of semi-officially crossed into the we're not taking any of this stuff. Screw you guys. We're gonna abuse our power. Which, hey, I kind of get in these instances. It's still stolen property, so cheers. Go ahead. You can call the cops on these guys.
I mean, like, you shouldn't, like...
You should do a better job keeping your stuff under wraps, but go ahead.
Maybe don't sell it on eBay. Like, just to
No, this guy was an idiot, hands
Okay.
down. Like, it's straight up idiot. If you're gonna do that, I said this before. The smartest thing he could have done is immediately either go to press outlets, just straight up try to sell it to a website. Now, to be fair, and I also said this, you're stupid if you buy it. If you are a press site and you have any relationship at all with Google, you're stupid if you buy a stolen product. You kiss goodbye your review units. You're not going to get them. You're done. If Google finds out, it's over for you. You can kiss goodbye all of the other things that they would send you under embargo. You're going to be rushing for every news item they post from that point forward. They will blacklist you. Not only that, but they will remote wipe stolen devices. That's a thing. It's pretty well known that this happens and that they can do it. I don't know why people are dumb enough to keep doing this stuff.
God.
What?
Austin said he posted IMDb links for the pictures on Reddit. It just happens to be the one platform that doesn't delete EXIF data. Yeah, I just downloaded the picture, and yeah, there's location data in here.
Oh God.
In the photo, come on, guy, and it was taken with a Pixel 3.
Yeah.
Come on, guys, you got to be smarter than this.
Yeah, they're not smart, that's for sure.
I'm putting in his latitude and longitude coordinates.
But yeah, they made it as easy as possible to get caught. So it's hard to sympathize with that. If you're gonna be that stupid, you deserve to get busted. I'm sorry.
Why does Windows not let me copy paste EXIF data? Who made this operating system?
I don't know, but they sound like bad people.
Okay. I don't think I can see where they live. So that's, oh well.
Wait,
I don't really want to type like 50 digits into Google Maps.
well, and isn't that technically doxing?
Well, I'm not the one sharing my screen code.
Well, I'm not. Yeah, whatever.
I'm not going to do anything about it.
Let's see. Anyway,
But yeah, like in the data here, like they're all taken with the, says Pixel 3. Yeah, just, like come on, this is like really basic.
yeah, for real.
We need some internet literacy here, people. This is what they should be teaching in schools: how to leak properly. Not, how to do like log functions.
I don't know how well you remember school, but I seem to remember doing a lot of illegal stuff when I was in school. I certainly learned and taught people how to do a lot of computer crime back when I was in school. So,
I did. I don't know if definitely not computer crime. I did accidentally wipe a school computer once.
Ooh, nice.
Yeah. Because for a while, I found out the easiest way for me to do my work was actually just to bring a Linux live USB and do everything on there. And then at some point, I like plugged in a different flash drive and I tried to wipe it and I picked the wrong drive. So. It's fine.
Nice.
Yeah, so that's my bad, but haven't done any crimes as far as I'm aware.
Yeah, well, I'm not gonna incriminate myself with details, but
Okay.
Austin. Moving on.
So
and you guys
this
wonder about the
person,
beanie.
this person is not smart. I think we've established
Yeah,
that.
no, this guy's kind of an idiot. Sorry, dude, but you are. I'm sorry, but if you're gonna do this stuff, honestly, Austin said it exactly right. You can charge a blog a consultation fee, and you can do that with the blog. You can do it with YouTubers, whatever. just contact someone and say, look, I have this thing. I will share videos and whatever. You just pay me some amount. I'll make whatever you ask. Make some videos, take some pictures, dump all the software, all that stuff. Yeah, go ahead, do that. But man, if you're gonna, I'm sorry, but you have to be really stupid to try to sell the device, at least publicly. Do it in some private way if you're gonna do it. Hell, there are black markets for doing this stuff. Use one of those.
Yes. Yeah, like I'm pretty sure whatever they made for selling drugs would work great for this.
I was actually about to make a Silk Road reference. Yeah.
I don't know what any of those are because I'm not cool, but you know, I know they exist.
Well, I mean, one way or another, you're gonna end up making some
alley
Bitcoin.
behind. Yeah. Yeah, you know. Just, you know, meet the guy behind the Denny's, you know.
Which would
easy
also be
peasy.
fantastic if you end up getting paid in Bitcoin, because congratulations, you literally just created a digital trail. Please, criminals, use Bitcoin more. It's awesome. That's exactly the smartest thing to do. I'm just going to be dragging all these people today. That's what today is.
No, people who use crypto deserve it. Cody.
At least any mineable crypto.
But so speaking of things that should be shamed,
Go on.
Google is doing I don't know anymore. They're mixing up all their video and audio calling stuff again.
Yeah, I forgot to load that article.
I'm just
I'll pull it up real quick. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I was writing an article about this and I was like, I had to think about, wait a minute, how did we get here? Like I've kind of like forgotten the initial steps of like how all this happened, where Google has like 8 apps for this. So the new news is that Google Meet and Google Duo will be merged at some point in the future. So they will no longer be separate things, which is kind of interesting because Google Meet, which used to be Hangouts Meet, which was split off from Hangouts, was supposed to just be for like businesses, like, you know, Zoom or Teams or, you know, whatever. And Duo was supposed to be like FaceTime, but for Android, and also cross-platform, but mostly for Android. And then COVID happened, and Google saw how popular Zoom was, and because they hadn't had like a coherent strategy for the past decade and didn't really have anything to answer that with, they just started like doing everything. So they opened up Google Chat, which was the enterprise thing that like companies are supposed to use. They opened that up to everyone, so anyone could use it and like, you know, use links to call people, and they were adding more features to that. And then at the same time, they were like making Duo more like Meet, where they kept like rapidly increasing the number of people that could be on the same Duo call. And I think they like added the option to like join a call with a link, you know, like Meet. And well, now FaceTime, everyone has that now, because now everyone knows how to use that. Now that we've all lived through Zoom. And so because like neither of them had an actual strategy anymore, Google's kind of just merging them, which I guess makes sense, but like it only makes sense because you've done this. It's just it's a complete it's such a mess.
I don't.
And like,
well, go ahead. I'll let you finish. But
I was just gonna say, like, I kind of like Duo, and I only use Google Meet when I'm forced to. But, like, it's fine, I guess. I don't know.
Okay, so I don't want to call it a mess, because all of this stuff I think really makes sense in the context of how it happens.
Yeah, I think now merging them is like the reasonable thing to do.
Yeah.
Because now, yeah, they've over the past year and a half, I guess they've eliminated really any differences between them.
Right. Well, the background technology. Let's clarify that. They've eliminated the key differences in the background technology because from what I understand, and I don't know a whole lot here, but I believe Meet has basically integrated a lot of the like sort of bandwidth conscious features of Duo. So it's supposed to perform pretty well even if you have kind of a crappy connection. Which, you know, did not used to be the case. If you tried Meet way back in the day, it was kind of terrible if you had a mediocre connection. It actually borderline unusable if you had a mediocre connection. You went to artifacted messiness that was just disaster zone ugly. And Duo actually handled poor connections really well. So
yeah, that was the selling point they were trying to go for.
Yeah.
Which, you know, is a good selling point when a lot of the world does not have fast internet.
Exactly.
Including me sometimes.
Yeah.
You know, it's very fun.
And I don't know how I don't use Meet very often. Every once in a while I guess every 2 weeks I kind of have to, but every once in a while I end up on a Meet call for one reason or another, and I'm on a good connection, so it's not really an issue. But yeah, I see other people on bad connections sometimes, and it seems like they're doing pretty well. It seems like they've really fixed the protocol, so it handles a poor bandwidth or lagginess reasonably well.
Yeah, I don't know if they're like on entirely the same tech stack at this point, but I
don't believe so.
I think they're probably pretty close because Duo's main thing was that it was using WebRTC, which Google helped make. And now that's just kind of like what every single video calling thing uses, really, because it's baked into web browsers.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm sure Meet probably uses that to an extent. I'm sure there's a ton of like code on top for handling, you know, whatever 100 people joining the same meeting at once. But yeah, it's probably similar at this point, if not identical.
Yeah. So, which this I make this clarification because it leads into something that I've seen a lot of people say, and I agree with, but I also disagree with it from kind of like the programmer's perspective. A lot of people keep saying that they are two very different, applications or services, however you want to say it, and they're aimed at different purposes and use cases and things like that. And I couldn't agree more. Meet is meant for something very different. You're supposed to be able to do different things and kind of have a different experience in Meet than you are with Duo, though I would argue at this stage they're getting pretty freaking close, even on that stuff. But the thing is, you could have the exact same like background technology and just produce two different apps that use the same thing. And honestly, I think this would really solve every complaint, and it would reduce Google's like technical load a huge amount. There's no reason they can't do that. It's an easy thing to do. So
yeah, and like something akin to, I mean, again, like because time is a circle, something akin to like what Google Talk had, where Google Talk supported the XMPP protocol, so you could use whatever app you wanted, really, as long as they supported that, which wasn't all that long. And you know, they could just have one service and just have the consumer front end be Duo, and the meeting front end be Meet, and those can still be separate things. I mean, like that's probably confusing from like a consumer standpoint, but Meet wasn't supposed to be consumer in the first place, so they kind of messed that up already. I mean, like this is also how just like Matrix works, which is like a decentralized protocol thing. Like all these technologies are like fully independent from whatever you're looking at and interacting with them. But yeah, I mean, Google's kind of just messed everything up, so I don't know. Probably just like giving up one of the brands. Although, like, I don't know if like I don't honestly. I hate the names Duo and Meet. I hate Duo a little bit less because it seems like maybe a little bit more. I don't know if fun is the right word, but like
it's
yeah.
got that Google branding quirkiness that I don't think. Well, okay, I'm not going to speak for others, but I don't like it per se. But I've come to expect it, and I'm okay with it. Kind of like I don't like the stuff that Snap does. I think a lot of Snapchat's weird things. I think a lot of that is hokey and weird, but at the same time, I don't mind it that much because, well, that's just what the company does. It's part of their image. Whereas I look at Google Meet and it's like, damn it, this phone will wake up to any use of the word. Oh my god, I hate this phone now.
You're like, that's like my I turned on Bixby. It's gonna go.
I'm sorry.
Okay, it didn't go, but I turned that on my tablet because I had to write an article about taking screenshots. That's one of the ways you can take screenshots, and it activates with words that are not even close to Bixby, not even close. But yeah, I don't love Meet, but I guess like if I'm like a marketing person sitting in a room being paid lots of money by Google, I would bring up that like Duo implies you can only have 2 people on a call, so maybe that would be a disadvantage. But then come up with a different fun name, you know?
Yeah.
Perhaps Hangouts, you know? we could just go back to that, you know?
I suppose that's an option.
Or maybe Google Video, you know? That could be one.
Okay, I would normally reject Hangouts on the basis of it having already been used, but I mean, we are seeing Google Wallet come back, so this is the time period that Google is going back to all of its old branding decisions and being like, you know what, that wasn't so bad. Let's try that again.
And yeah, and it's been like 10 years since Google Video was shut down. You can do it again.
Yeah. Plus,
you know what you do sometimes when you call people, you wave. Could it be Google Wave, perhaps?
Oh God. No.
I think this might be Google's problem, is that their product graveyard is so vast, they're running out of words in the English language for these things. Soon it will be like Google product number 75. That's what we'll all talk on.
Oh yeah. So also Hangouts technically did have a bad reputation for a long time. A lot of people kept looking at it and saying like it was really bad and slow and janky and buggy and all this other stuff, which first off, I would argue most of those people clearly weren't actually using the app because it wasn't half as bad as they said it was. But also I think either a lot of people have probably by now forgotten those drawbacks, and so I think that name no longer has the negative perception that it did on that basis. Plus, I think so many people were unhappy with what ended up coming later that now a lot of people seem to kind of miss Hangouts.
Or just do Google Chat. You know,
yes.
That one's kind of boring, but like you understand that.
But it's okay. A Google Chat, that 2 phones. Why? Why? I regret so much factory resetting this phone.
Like if I'm trying to guess what like everyone else uses, like Facebook is using Messenger, but I don't like that name, and also Google's using that.
Yeah. Neil's suggesting Google Ring.
That's not the worst.
Okay,
I like it more than Meet.
I normally hate these words so passionately, but in this instance, I have to say it. I genuinely have to say it. If you love it, put a ring on it. And Google's gonna have to commit to messaging someday.
Oh boy.
Oh, I know. I hate myself for saying it. I do, but I kind of love it. It needed to happen.
Oh, Cassidy's here. Hello.
Hey, Cassidy.
He said Google Messages, not Messenger. You're right.
Oh, good point.
I forgot because I never used it. I just, I've been using Samsung phones and their thing is the default until the S22.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's now switched, but
yeah. So I just use their app because it's fine. Austin said Google Gaggle.
Google Gaggle. Oh Jesus. I love how much I hate that.
No, and that's gonna be perfect for this product that's also supposed to be used in like Fortune 500 companies, like so you can have some like executive walk up and go, "Hey, did you get on that Google Gaggle call earlier about the investors?"
So I have heard in the past, apparently that was actually a big issue with Google. A lot of their products, apparently they had just the general like corporate lifestyle or corporate culture did not appreciate a lot of their brand names, which is why they created like boring versions of everything. And
Cowards.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, like go ahead, just screw with corporate a little bit. It's okay, they can handle it.
He said gaggle me later about the DPS reports.
Oh my god. Oh,
see, now I need this to happen. My goodness.
You know what? We can. Chrome extensions can make anything happen.
That's true. Yeah, I'll make my own messenger service.
Yeah, we'll just we'll replace the brand logo, the name. I think you can write to you can write to the title bar. So yeah, we'll just replace everything so it reads Gaggle. This is a thing I think that has to happen now.
Yeah, we've put it out into the world now. I'm compelled to make this later.
Though, if we've learned anything, the things that we talk about on these streams, it always takes like a year to 2 years, but they eventually do happen.
Yeah.
The company is listening to us and eventually implements it.
Yeah. Cassidy said, "This is my fundamental issue with Google Workspace being the driving force behind Google's consumer tools. They're different markets." Yeah, I think really the only it's helpful sometimes. Like I've definitely noticed in the past couple years the or maybe this is just me being in a bubble and not paying super close attention to this for the entire length of time. But definitely the increased focus on workspace I've noticed the development cycle in like Google Docs and Google Drive like ramping up significantly. Like new stuff shows up in Docs like at least once or twice a month. But yeah, like this is definitely one of those times when you very clearly want different things for different use cases. And again, like it's so bizarre because everyone else figured this out like a decade ago, right? Like Facebook has Messenger for some of the world, and then for the parts of the world that are like really reliant on phone numbers as the main identity, they have WhatsApp. And then there's a completely different segment of the market that like only wants to talk to people within their company, and they want different ways of doing that, and there are products for that. But it's very weird to watch. I think I know, Cody, you were joking earlier that like Ron's gonna have a hot take about this, but I did see Ron tweet earlier something that was actually a good point, where he was saying that like Google's kind of just chasing what is currently popular.
Oh yeah.
Where, like, I mean, that was, I know this specific part isn't a hot take, but like that was Allo in a nutshell, was just like Google saying like, wow, look at all the people who use WhatsApp, and they don't want, or maybe don't want to use like online accounts necessarily. Let's just tie everything to the phone number. And then they released it in the United States, where we like don't really do that except for iMessage, but iMessage already has like cloud stuff where you're not, using your phone as an independent server for messages.
Yeah, and
And then COVID came, and then Zoom was popular, so
well,
now
Allo
everything
died
needed to
before
be
COVID.
Zoom. Yeah,
Just to
yeah.
let's not leave any doubt to the fact that Allo was
Allo
DOA.
did not die from COVID. Allo died from a pre-existing condition.
Yes, it did. Being bad.
Being bad, having no features.
And
That was my favorite Google launch when Allo came out, and I had no one to talk to on the app, so I was just texting Google Assistant.
well, that was the only real feature of Allo.
Yeah,
It was
that's all
and
you.
sticker packs.
Yeah.
And I don't typically do too harsh of I told you so's, but this is one time I have to. Like, I went on record so many times. I railed on Allo for the fact that it did not respect or did not use Google accounts at all. It was purely phone numbers. And I think the moment I saw that, it's like, no, this is so stupid, because now you're expecting every person to have a phone number first.
Yeah.
They're going to only use it on one phone. Like, every person I knew liked to use stuff on a computer and their phone, or a tablet or whatever.
Yeah.
The setup process was annoying. Just every single thing about Allo was demonstrably the wrong way to go. They had a couple of good ideas. I actually didn't hate the idea of the whole yelling versus whispering thing. I don't think it was the greatest, but it was okay. The
Cassidy
sticker
brought up the resizable text.
Yeah.
That was fun.
It was neat for a minute. I don't think too many people used it, but the people who used it, I'm sure, enjoyed it, and that's fine. Like, I'm not going to begrudge anybody that it exists. If they want to use it, great. And when it comes to the UI, honestly, Allo had a perfectly good, like, if you're just looking at the messaging window itself and the stickers and the yelling and whispering and a few of the other things, like, it had a good UI design, but every other thing about Allo as a service was a demonstrable failure. People hated it for all of these reasons and a lot of others. So
it was very silly. Like, I remember when it came out, and I think this was when I had switched my family to using Hangouts. And so obviously at some point this was supposed to replace Hangouts. That was the assumption. But like, at this point, half my family didn't have phone numbers, right? Like, I had younger siblings who weren't even like 12, so like, it's not that weird that they didn't have a phone yet. So like, what? Guess I'll just stay on Hangouts, and then I eventually forced them all to use Skype, which still works, still around, hasn't been renamed 4 times, doesn't need a phone number.
Yeah, and that was one of the things I railed hard on, and I still rail against RCS for the exact same thing. Don't expect everybody to have a phone number. I mean, there are people who are just too young, or they don't want to give out their phone numbers, or honestly, the list goes on and on. But RCS, it should have a phone number component. Like, you should be able to send RCS messages to somebody by phone number, but it should also have an account-based thing. That is a good solution for RCS, and why they're not doing it, I don't know. I feel like they're missing the boat in too many ways. By the way, I've had this sitting here. I just want to do it really quick. Nils, in response to your question, where is my Pride Month logo? The background is back to the Sonic proud to be a member of the LGBT community. That's what you get.
Cody's Pride flag is in the Allo sticker pack, so if you want to see it, you have to install Allo.
Oh my god. I think they still have Allo APKs on APK Mirror.
Yeah. Get to unzipping.
I think all the stickers were remotely served, so that probably wouldn't do much good anyway.
Dang. Lost to the sands of time.
I do remember doing APK teardowns and being like, hey, guess what, everybody? There's another sticker pack.
Oh, I remember the new stickers post.
Oh god, That wasn't the first time my soul died doing posts, but it was like a weekly occurrence.
It was a simpler time.
Oh, I hated doing those posts so much. They kept getting views, but oh my god, I hated doing those posts.
I much preferred those over all of the news posts about new emoji, where it would just be like 700 comments, and they would all be some variation of like,
why did the gun thing change?
Yeah, why'd they make the gun a water gun? You know, why is there like a pregnant man emoji? This woke has gone too far.
Oh, our comments.
I'm just like, shut up! No one cares. Don't use the emoji. There's like 800 other ones.
Okay, so it's funny because I absolutely did not anticipate or have any expectation of bringing this up, but so just to follow up on that point, I am jealous of you that you don't have comments to deal with anymore.
Yes.
I really am.
Sometimes I get emails that are like what you would put in a comment. Like, they're not like questions to me or anything. They're just like a remark. But so far they've been mostly respectful.
Yeah.
So that is a shock.
That being said, I posted my OnePlus Nord Buds review this week, and I gotta say, the comments on here, okay, it's a review, so comments typically aren't that bad, but everyone who's commented has actually been pretty chill. It hasn't been that many people. I think it's only like 3 people, and I've responded to one of them a few times. Well, I've responded to all of them, but yeah, everyone's actually been pretty cool about it. So I'm not hating all the comments that have come out. But yeah, man, comments, I do miss when commenters were nicer or more civilized.
Was that a thing?
There was a time they were more civilized.
Okay. All right, I don't know if I believe that, but okay.
Well, it's before the word snowflake became a standard part of everyone's communication.
Yes. Before the picture of the yelling person just became the automatic response.
Yeah.
So speaking of comments, I don't know. I don't have a segue.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry.
I don't know where you're going.
Yeah. Microsoft made a new laptop today. Cody, I know how much you love Microsoft laptop.
I'm half laughing because there was already a conversation in an AP chat about this, and I'm like, guys, anyone who is crapping on Microsoft hardware, welcome to the club.
You're like,
I've been here. I've been waiting for you guys. You're welcome for my warnings, but you didn't take them.
You know, I will say, Cody, so far my Surface Laptop 4 has not spontaneously combust.
Yeah.
But if it does, you do reserve the right to tell me I told you so at least once. I'll let it happen.
Oh, I'll probably sympathize, but I mean,
yeah.
there will be a polite "I told you so" in there too.
Yeah, I mean, I just bought a normal laptop. You bought like a transformer, so I'm hoping that like mine won't break in the same manner. But yeah, again,
well,
it could be a I told you so.
Mine broke in every manner.
Yes,
literally all of them. So to be fair, yours will probably break in the same manner somehow. One or two of them.
Yeah. There's gonna be some weird windows. Well, like that. My issue with I had a Lenovo Flex laptop a couple years ago before I bought my Linux laptop, and that thing broke multiple times, but it was always the software, and it'd always be in like ways that were impossible to fix. Like after one update, like I didn't have it just like had no speakers anymore.
Oh.
Like just no sound output whatsoever. It's like, how do I fix this? How did this happen?
Man, that's like back in the day, like early days of Android when you just flash custom ROMs that were like,
Yeah, exactly.
yeah, we
Like,
just don't have audio working on this one.
yeah,
It's no big deal. Everything else works
yeah.
except, the modem and voice chat and
And the
and
camera's flipped 180
oh
degrees.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. It's oh man, the good old days of Android.
It was exactly like that. And then like a one, because like, so I would just let it reboot for updates, and then I'd start using it, and I'd open YouTube. I'm like, why can't I hear anything? And it's like, oh, the computer doesn't realize it has speakers in it. Okay, cool. But
Okay,
yeah,
so this this page that you linked to,
yeah,
for the most part, I haven't had too many thoughts about the laptop just from looking at it, but this picture that I have sharing right now, it is, if you scroll down, halfway down the page? Is that? Almost halfway down the page. There's a carousel of 6 pictures. It's the first one with a guy sitting on the ground next to his skateboard with his legs just V'd out, like legs akimbo.
Yeah.
This is an adult male. This just...
I was looking through the photos on this to like try to pick out one to be like the top picture, and I was like, all of these are terrible. Like that one's weird. If you go to like the next one where he's like on the couch and taking his headphones off, it looks like the laptop's floating.
No,
it might not
no,
be,
it's
but
sitting
like
on his legs. He has one leg down on the floor, and it's resting on his leg. The thing is, I actually sit with my laptop like that a lot, so I kind of am familiar with that pose.
You can verify that that's it.
Yeah.
And then the rest of the photos are like mostly fine. They're just not great for showing the actual laptop. But
okay, wait a second. So, okay, I know that I shouldn't be noticing or caring about this, but this dude has like, just between these 2 pictures, I counted 3 skateboards. With the one with him sitting down, that is like a full-size proper skateboard. Then in the next,
and none of them, he's putting the laptop on the skateboard and letting it skate.
oh wait, he also has, are those surfboards? Okay, so in this one with him on the couch, there's the 2 skateboards resting against that, I guess.
Oh yeah, I
but
do
if you
see
look in the
the
background, there's
surfboard.
also 2 other things that I'm pretty sure those are surfboards.
Yeah, my dude loves boards.
That he is, yeah. Oh, and then
Good,
we get to the girl.
good for them.
The girl's showing him the laptop. Okay, that's special.
I don't like the I broke the carousel. It won't. It won't go through pictures anymore. I was making fun of it.
Oh, Nils. Yes. Yes. He is holding the laptop up with his appendage. That's that's how you study laptops.
Thanks, Nils.
I mean, at this point, you kind of have to laugh at these. Honestly, this one with him on the couch is probably the best one. It's like the only one that's.
Yeah, but you barely see the computer. Yeah,
that's probably
so
the best.
I stole one of the ones. I think I took the last photo where it's just showing the normal color laptop, but yeah. So this is. I actually know something about this because like I almost bought one to replace my Dell, but there was like 2 or 3 things wrong with it. This is their like budget Surface laptop. The original Surface Laptop Go was like $450. Now it starts at $500. So
everything has to go up.
Yeah. So like, it's still, I don't. It's kind of interesting. So it has basically the same design as all the other Surface stuff. So like, in that regard, it's probably the best looking $500-$600 Windows laptop. Because at this point, all the only other things you have are like HP laptops with like the fake like metal plastic body that looks awful, and whatever monstrosities Dell is selling. But yeah, like this still looks nice. And they say the top lid is made of aluminum and the rest is like a polycarbonate plastic. But they've upgraded they've got an 11th gen Core i5 in there now. I don't think it's still like an amazing Core i5, but it's in there. And they've bumped the RAM up to. I'm sorry, they haven't bumped the RAM up. They bumped the storage up to 128 gigs, which is like you can't like Windows on 64 gigs is almost impossible. So I guess that's good. But the RAM is still. Oh, my dehumidifier just turned on. That's gonna get loud. I gotta turn that off. Hold on, it's about to sound like a PS4 in here.
Oh.
Okay, it's off. But yeah, so it has like a 3x2 screen, which is nice. It's still kind of low res. This is a 12.4 inch panel, and the resolution is 1536 by 1024. So that's not great, but like it's not the 1366 by 768 thing. So
yeah, we're at least in the four
counter
digits.
blessings. Yeah, it's got a webcam. It's got dual microphones. They made a point that it has 30% more key travel than a MacBook Air, which I guess that's a flex. I don't know.
Well, with all the hate on Apple's keyboards for several years, you gotta take the shots where you can get them.
Yeah, and it comes in some fun colors. But it's still kind of annoying because the base config still has 4 gigs of RAM, which is really that hurts.
Yeah.
And like I don't know also if they might say it on the Microsoft Store. I know the other issue with the base configuration of this laptop originally was that it had like eMMC storage on the bottom end, the same issue that like the cheapest Surface like tablets have, where like everyone's like, don't buy the base config. And like the Steam Deck, like the base Steam Deck has the worst storage.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if this is the same way. The store said remove. Okay, they just say SSD, so someone will find that out when they tear these apart. But yeah, so that base config still has 4 gigs of RAM, but if you bump it up to 8, that's $700, which is interesting. I don't know. This is in that really weird spot where like you have enough money to spend $600 ish average on a laptop, but not like $200 or $300 more for like a MacBook Air or something. It's in a weird spot.
And that's exactly what I was going to bring up is if you're buying this, like at the base price, if you really can get by on the base level of this thing, okay. I guess this is kind of a nice build. It's low enough cost that could get by. But why would you want to get by on like the base level of this thing? It's not a good computer at the base level, and by the time you upgrade it just a little bit to be decent, you are within spitting distance of God, I hate the pop-ups asking if you want to chat now. Microsoft, why do you like that? But if you're gonna do that, you can go get a MacBook Air. Yeah. Like you're so close to a decent computer.
And the current Air goes on sale for $850 all the time.
Oh yeah.
So, like, once you spec this up to 8 gigs of RAM, the only difference between that and like the normal price of an Air is $150. And like, if you can make that jump, you're getting a much better computer. Unless you really need Windows for some reason, or you're like me, where I don't really want to deal with a Mac right now. But I don't. It's a very weird price. Maybe this is like, silicon shortage pricing. But I mean, like I was trying to look at like competing or like what's going to compete with this, and like again, like all the other options, like they don't really look great. And some of them have 8 gigs of RAM. Like it's especially Chromebooks in this range. Most of them have 8 gigs. But as far as like Windows laptops go, there are a few with 8 gigs of RAM, but they all have older chips in them, like 11th gen or 10th gen Core i5, and this has the newest Core i5. So it seems nice. I might, I'll have to see if they have like a demo unit the next time I go to Best Buy.
Yeah, just looking at these specs, and it's not the most interesting specs, but side by side, I mean, configuring both with 8 gigs of RAM, you're comparing an Intel Core i5 against an Apple's M1, which, come on, that's not even a comparison. Apple's going to blow it away for performance. The Surface Go 2 has 128 storage, while Apple's got 256. And, that's just some top-level specs, but yeah, this blows away. And yes, if we're talking about like straight off of Apple's site, that's $1,000 versus $700 for the Surface Go. But yeah, I mean, that extra $300 is giving you so much more computer. And again, like you said, it goes on sale all the time. I mean, if you watch certain sites, we don't need to name who they are. Like every week, they're highlighting another sale on the MacBook Air. And honestly, like you can just go to Best Buy and half the time they just have some sort of discount or deal on it, even when it's not like an advertised sale. So
yeah, and also the thing with computers is that they're not quite like mobile devices where you can buy one that's a couple years old if you're short on money, and like battery might suck, but the rest is fine.
Yeah, and in a lot of cases, not all, but a lot of people can get by on just plugging the thing into a wall all the time anyway. Yeah. I mean, I don't even take my computer that many places, and I have battery life that can last for ridiculously long.
Yeah, so I like how this looks, but the pricing is still a little
Yeah.
Yeah. So I can talk about a little bit of WWDC if you want, and then I need to go because I have not eaten yet and I'm hungry.
Well, since you have actually probably paid a lot more attention to Dub than I have. No, I actually care about it, but I haven't really been following along with any of the news, and
no, I just thought it was funny you said Dub.
Well, that's actually what a lot of people just call it.
It's a lot easier to say.
Yeah, I mean, I can say WWDC, but I don't like it. It's sort of I don't know, it's sort of like those people who walk around and say LOL to people. No, you don't need to say the whole thing. You can just laugh. Literally just laugh. It's okay. Well, in this case, it's Dub.
Yeah. So, Dub is coming up next week, which will be again interesting. I'm doing WWDC, and like I'm the main news person, so this will be interesting. So yeah, it's a WWDC. It's not a hardware event. They usually don't show any hardware at these things usually. So kind of we're just expecting iOS 16, macOS 13, maybe some Apple Watch and Apple TV stuff. So Bloomberg wrote a article or a newsletter, and Mark Gurman over there kind of talked about like what he thinks is coming. There's not really like, he's really, as far as I can tell, he's like the only source on any of this. So as far as I know, he's pretty reliable, but also like this is one source, so who knows?
Yeah, from what I know of his past, he doesn't go out on a limb unless he generally kind of knows something There's not a whole lot
Yeah.
of, like, he still gets stuff wrong, but it's more likely because Apple changed plans, not because he made crap
Right.
up like some sites do.
Yeah. So he said, quote, Apple is planning, so this is about iOS 16. He said, quote, Apple is planning major enhancements for the lock screen, including wallpapers that have widget-like capabilities. Further, I'm told iOS 16 builds in future support for an always-on lock screen, something Apple was originally planning for last year's iPhone 13. This would allow the iPhone to turn down the frame rate significantly on the lock screen and display quickly glanceable information similar to newer Apple Watches. And he said that's probably going to be exclusive to the iPhone 14, which makes sense because that's usually something you need the display to support if you don't want to destroy battery life. Supposedly, it's going to have some redesigned stuff, maybe new iMessage features. He said the macOS update will get some more redesigned apps and maybe an overhaul to system preferences to make it more like settings on iOS. He said that includes organizing settings by app, which sounds not fun. That seems to be the worst part of iOS settings from what I hear from Apple people.
Yeah. I there's not a whole lot I can really add to that other than I think there's good reasons for why they still do that, but it can be one of the more annoying things about iOS.
Yeah. And he also said like there might maybe possibly be a new MacBook Air with M2 at that event. According to him, Apple was like almost definitely going to do it, but then they don't know when they're going to be able to manufacture these because general chip shortages and also huge parts of China going into lockdown repeatedly. So they probably don't want to announce it, and then it won't show up for another 8 months.
Yeah.
But so that would be interesting, because that was like the first big M1 product was the Air, along with the Mini. I think
yeah,
the
it was
Mini.
the Air. It was the Air and the Mini.
Yeah. So and that was 2020. So we're definitely due for a new Air.
Yeah.
Even though the current Air is like still a really good laptop because Apple's just slapping everyone right now. But
pretty much. Oh wow, yeah. According to Mac Rumors Buyer's Guide, it has been 568 days since the November 2020 release of the last MacBook Air. So, yep, they are very much due for another. And yeah, it's pretty much 100% gonna be. It's basically time for an M2. And knowing Apple, they are kind of in that position to maybe say, it's going to ship with an M2. Here's what we're looking at. We're not shipping it for 2 months. You know, they could do that. They're probably not going to, but they could. They're in the position where they can pre-announce stuff and then ship it much later.
yeah. Yeah, I would be interested in what they would change for a new Air besides the chip. I don't know what.
I don't think they have to.
Yeah.
I guess they can put in, what is it?
5G. Still waiting for 5G Max.
Good luck.
I'm still shocked we don't have that yet because you know Verizon is like salivating at the mere thought of being able to sell a Mac with 5G.
AT&T
too. The profit margins on that would be incredible. But like, so that's kind of surprising. Maybe that'll be an M2 thing. I don't know.
I've heard that there may be reasons behind why they haven't attached a modem to it yet, but I'm not convinced that they've decided to flip around and start doing it with the M2.
Yeah, it's interesting because also like that's been the main selling point for every ARM Windows computer recently. Partially because they don't have anything else going for them, but also just because like that's like an actually useful feature to not have to hotspot everywhere. But yeah.
But yeah, at this stage, I've said it a million times. I don't even know that I necessarily want it for myself. Don't get me wrong. If I was in a bit of a different circumstance, I would absolutely insist on having cellular connectivity if it were available. But when all is said and done, honestly, I just look at it and it's like, you know what? I know so many people that want it. I want them to have it.
Yes, they'll shut up about it.
Well, not even so they'll shut up about it, but like literally, this is one of those things where so many people say that they don't want to have to rely on tethering with their phone. They don't want to rely on finding Wi-Fi. They don't want, like, they have legitimate problem. Most of it is more like nitpicky issues because they can work around it, and I don't think it's that big of a workaround. But I do feel for them.
Yeah, like it should exist.
Yeah, you know, there are enough people that have really good reasons for wanting this. Just let them have it. They're willing to pay way too much. Let them pay way too much.
Yeah. Yeah, so I'm interested to watch. Have I watched a WWDC live recently? I don't know.
Well, recently would be last year, so
yeah,
because they do only do them once a year, Torment.
Yeah, that's true.
But I don't know. I don't remember if I for some reason I feel like I remember last year you skipped watching it. I think
I did. I think I was like doing something else at that time, and I wasn't full time, so I wasn't like compelled to be at XDA.
Yeah.
In the trenches for that.
And I feel like the year before that, I doubt you had an interest in it at all. So yeah, I doubt you ever actually. Well, I'm sure you've seen WWDCs, but I doubt you watched them at least.
Well, definitely when I was younger, I paid more attention to them because that was when I had like a Mac and more Apple stuff.
Yeah. That being said, I'm looking forward to Dub because I want to see if they announce a major update to Swift UI. In particular, there is a very specific thing that I want to see them announce. If they do, I'm going to continue working on a project for macOS. If they don't announce it, I'm very possibly either abandoning that project or I might have to go back and use UIKit, and I'd rather.
Cody's going to Java. Switching it to Java.
Ew. I can't say ew too much because I literally have to do something next week that's in Java.
That's a good point about the development stuff. I guess maybe we'll see maybe some Safari stuff. I don't know. I don't know.
We'll see.
Yeah.
Because it is a developer conference, we always have to remind people that Google I/O is a developer conference, which, by the way, it says so much when every blog post is like, oh, by the way, in case you forgot, Google I/O is about developers. Like, it's developer first.
Oh, yeah. And it's going to be really funny with Apple because, at the start of this developer conference, they're going to spend the first 15 minutes on Apple TV shows.
Well, okay. Okay, yes, that is true. But Apple has always, and I do mean literally always, treated their Dub keynote as just product keynote. They don't do it as developer conference. They're doing it as, we're just announcing products. We'll get to the developer stuff later. And a lot of times for WWDC, they usually do have something in the keynote about developer stuff. To their credit, they at least acknowledge it most of the time. There have been some where the developer conference starts and it's like, nope, we're 100% products. That's all we're talking about. But we'll see. I'm not expecting any developer stuff to be announced during the keynote, but I'm hopeful that there will be something. And if there is, honestly, I think it's going to be pretty quick mentions. I don't think there's anything from Swift UI that's going to be huge. I guarantee there's nothing Swift specific, like the language Swift. They're not going to be announcing anything too big. But there is a chance that they'll announce some stuff developer related that will be interesting, hopefully. I'm optimistic-ish.
Yeah. Yeah, this isn't like one of those things where like I have something that like I'm personally looking forward to again because I'm like on the other side of the fence looking in. So I guess I'm just, whatever happens, sure.
Yeah, if you don't own a Mac, you don't actively use an iPhone, and you're not let's see, what else is there? You don't develop a Mac.
Well, I do, but I hate it.
Well, okay. That doesn't count. You're not targeting Mac per se. You're just you build something that also runs on Mac.
I'm supporting it against my will. Yes.
But man, you're gonna have to change that. One of these days you'll have to cross over and become a Mac user.
I mean, like if I still would like to get a Mac at some point, partially for my own things I randomly need to test, but also like I'd still like to try a MacBook Air at some point. It's just the thing that like, oh, this is an $800 computer, and if I don't like use it a ton,
then you can resell it for like $750. Okay, maybe not that high, but close.
Yeah. But like if I get a Mac, then like I'm always gonna need it for like some things. Like I can't really like resell. It's just a very annoying ecosystem to deal with, which is why I've been hesitant. But
everyone says that, but man, I like mine.
Yeah, I mean, I know people like that. I mean, again, like I'm not. Maybe next year I'll have an epiphany that's like, I hate this laptop I've bought. I'm gonna go buy a MacBook Pro. That might happen. I didn't know I was gonna switch everything to Windows this year. Corbin of 2021 would have been disgusted by the thought.
Cody of 2022 is disgusted by the thought.
Yeah, and then 2022 Corbin is like, man, I'd really like to be able to use Lightroom without rebooting my computer.
Yeah.
So, and that's how that happened.
No, I'm giving you odds on favor that somewhere along the way, because as it stands, you're not about to go back to using Linux full time. You're definitely not going to be a Chromebook user. So, if Windows pisses you off enough, I think Mac use is right around the corner.
That would be the next vertical.
But I mean,
again, like I'd like to try it at some point, but that's a lot of money.
And if nothing else, the battery life will be enough to be like, okay, I can't give it up.
Yeah, battery life is not super great on my Surface laptop. Even though I bought the model that is more power efficient, it's still a Windows laptop. So
how sad is it that
it's a Windows laptop with like 7 Electron instances going constant. So I have like God knows how many Chromium processes running simultaneously.
It's so bad. But yeah, so if you were guessing, and I guess looking back at the buyer's guide, what do you think hardware wise they're going to be announcing? Because it does seem like the MacBook Air and Mac Mini are very likely.
Yeah, I mean, I saw the only thing that like seems to be likely for this specific event is the Air, but like I guess it would make sense to do the Mini at the same time because they haven't made another M1 Mini, I don't think.
No.
Right?
No.
Yeah, we're still on that.
According to the buyer's guide, at least, and I had forgotten about this, but the MacBook Air, the Mac Mini, and there was actually, I guess, a 13-inch MacBook Pro that was also shipped with an M1 chip at the same time.
Yeah. Okay.
I'd totally forgotten that. I thought it was just the Air and the Mini. But yeah, that 13-inch MacBook Pro, I remember when that came out, everyone pointed at it and said, whoa, wait a second. It's literally the same hardware as the Air.
Yeah.
But with, I think, like one extra port or something, and it was going to be like,
Yeah.
I don't know, like $400 more, I think. I could be wrong. Everyone's like, no, we're just going to get an Air. What idiot buys the Pro?
Yeah. So I guess maybe new mini. I know a couple months ago, I know there's a lot more stuff that's like supposed to happen this year generally.
Well,
Like
we still have a lot of this year left.
Yeah. So at some point there's supposed to be more MacBook Pros. I think they were going to try to redesign one of the sizes that they haven't got to yet. I don't know if it was like I don't know if they're going to do another 13-inch or a 15-inch or something.
The only one that would make sense, in my opinion, is the 13-inch MacBook Pro. Because the 14 and 16-inch, I have the most recent model. That's when they came out with the M1 Pro and M1 Max. So unless, yeah, it's honestly too early for them to do that unless they're going to do like a special release, kind of like how they had the iMac and then they mysteriously came out with an iMac Pro. Like maybe they would do something like that with a MacBook Pro.
MacBook Pro.
Yeah, the MacBook Pro Ultra Edition.
Yeah. Now 50% more Pro with every Pro.
Yes, but no, the 13-inch is the only one that's actually really due for a refresh. I think the 14 and 16, the odds of them doing anything this year are next to none. Next to, but not absolute.
Right. Yeah, and we are also, Apple said, I think they said this year we're getting a Apple Silicon Mac Pro. So that's supposed to happen because they teased that at the last event. I don't know if they set a date. They might have just said like soon, but I mean, like obviously it was gonna happen soon, probably. But
well, wait, no. Okay, I could be wrong, but I think I swear they were saying that. Okay, I know they didn't set a date, but I swear they were implying it was either end of this year or sometime next year. Maybe that's what the rumors were saying. But yeah, the Mac Pro, everyone knows is long overdue. It's 900 days since it was last updated in 2019. But when they came out with the Mac Studio, just, what was that? 3 months ago? Yeah, about 3 months ago.
March, yeah.
When they came out with the Mac Studio, that was...
I mean, that's like the Pro for 80% of people who would buy a Pro.
Exactly. This is like the low-cost version of a Pro. So, honestly, I think they came out with this, and if they release the Pro within anything close to this time frame, so many Mac Studio buyers are going to be like, whoa, guys, you just shipped this. Like, come on, let us... Like, we bought this thinking that we wouldn't get the Pro for a long time. Why would you do this?
I hope they pull a PS4 Pro and the Mac Pro is just two of these studios stacked on top of each other.
Honestly, I think that's about kind of what it's going to be anyway.
It might look like that, yeah. It's just, well, at that point also it's going to look like the Xbox Series because it's just going to be like a thin tower.
Yeah. Well, I mean, for appearance, if they want to have any sort of visual continuity, they kind of will very likely do something that's not all that different. It obviously won't be literally stacked like that, but it'll be in that territory. But yeah, I think this is going to be one of those. I don't think they're going to do a Pro this year. I think the Pro is going to get shipped like February to April of next year. That's my guess. It could be end of this year, but yeah, that seems still pushing it. I think it'll probably, if anything, I think they're probably going to stagger it, so like every year they'll release either a Mac Studio update or a Mac Pro update.
Yeah, I'm interested. I guess it depends on how quickly they want to get off the Intel train. They don't seem to be in a huge rush with that.
Well, it's if I could be mistaken, but I believe the Mac Pro is the last product that's still on Intel with the.
They were selling a.
I think MacBook Pros, do they still have those, like one model with an Intel chip?
I don't know. I don't know if it's the Pro. I know for a while they might have finally stopped, but for a while they had one config of the Mac Mini that had like a Core i9.
That too. You're right.
I don't know if there's a Pro in there somewhere, but yeah, it's mostly just the Mac Pro.
Yeah, it looks like MacBook Pros, they could be hiding it, but I don't see any sign that they still have Intel as an option, so it looks like those are out. So yeah, I think it is just now the Mac Pro. Well, I guess I can check Mac Minis. Oh yeah, okay, they do still have a single Mac Mini with Intel.
Okay, that's still there.
So, yeah, this is like the iPod Classic, just there for the people who insist on it.
They're gonna, the handful of people who really need boot camp.
Exactly.
Because you're probably never getting that again.
So, leaving Macs behind, I think, I know technically the 11-inch iPad Pro is in there, like maybe it'll get updated for WWDC. I'm kind of thinking not. I feel like they might push it for a later event, but I don't know, maybe it could happen.
Yeah, I don't know. The iPad's kind of weird because they've updated all the other iPads with that, like, the new boxy aesthetic that started with the Pro, and then they've still got the normal iPad that's just still looking the same.
Yeah. But yeah, at this stage, I don't know. They update the iPads kind of just as they get around to them. So even if they update this one model, it feels like it's just okay. We got around to this one, so there it goes. It's not like it's a special update. But the thing is, they're rumored to be coming out with software that substantially changes the iPad experience, and it kind of does make sense to release a new iPad when they do that.
Yeah, and they just did. Well, I don't know. You say that, but also they keep releasing. They already have like iPads that are far more like capable with hardware than the software is taking advantage of them, so they don't need to leapfrog again. Well, they need to.
Yeah, they don't need to leapfrog it. I'm not saying like take advantage of it in the like system requirement kind of way, but more, it's Apple. They're like, hey, we have a new feature. By the way, we also have a new iPad to go with it.
Yeah, buy the new iPad with 5G, guys. Yeah. Come on.
All the others are going to get it too, so it's not like there's anything special here, but we might as well announce this too.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I don't know. I honestly don't care if they come out with a new iPad Pro or 11-inch iPad Pro in that instance. It could. Hopefully they do, I guess, but I don't think it matters.
Yeah. Well, that would be one of like either that or the SE would be the Apple product I get when my original SE finally dies and I need something to test mobile Safari with. I mean, I might have to do it before just because like it's really hard to like use apps on that screen. I have it right here. Look at how little it is. Shocking. Now, I like this size, but most apps don't know what to do with this anymore.
No, and developers just have universally looked at that and said, "We're done.
Yeah,
we're just not going to care anymore about that phone size."
Got a headphone jack though.
How much for how much longer? Actually, does the current SE even have one? I don't remember.
No. Yeah. I don't think no.
Yeah.
That was also one of the things I was pointing to when the iPod Touch was discontinued, when everyone was like, good, it should have died. And I was like, well, can you plug in your headphones to your anything else without a dongle? Nope, didn't think so, buddy.
Actually, the only, I believe, I could be, oh wait, The iPads probably still have a headphone jack, right? They have to.
I don't think the Pro does.
Man, that's gonna seem so weird because they could.
Man, I really have to click on a Business Insider link today. It's a bad day.
Wait, why?
Because they're the first result when I Googled, does the iPad have a headphone jack?
I mean, you could just look at Apple's site and...
That's a lot of work, Cody. I'd rather click the... So the one of the iPad Pros did not have a headphone jack. So unless they brought it back, the Pro does not.
Yeah, no, I'm looking at their layout and I don't see it there. Oh my god.
I know, and that's the silliest thing, because like the MacBook Air that is basically the same size has a headphone jack.
Well, and you can even look at like you can look at this thing from the side. You can tell this has space for a headphone jack.
Oh yeah,
indisputably this has space for a headphone jack. Why would you take it out?
I mean, there's enough room for like a whole. They've got a Thunderbolt data bus in there, Cody, on the Pros.
Honestly, you could. I think I could be wrong in this. I think you could fit USB-A ports on this.
Maybe.
It kind of just looks like that would be possible. It looks thick enough.
Yeah, it's very silly.
But yeah, so at this point, I think Macs are basically the last place where headphone jacks are really going to be a thing.
So silly.
It kind of is, yeah.
Speaking of silly,
you're feeling silly.
I'm gonna go. Yeah. I'm hungry and now my butt hurts from sitting in this chair for too long, so I'm gonna go.
Yeah, that's the reason. All right. Well, I understand that. I know you got to go. I'm probably not gonna stay on too much longer, but yeah, I'll stick around so people aren't left hanging just because you felt like leaving.
Yeah, I'm bailing.
All right, man. Well, good having you on. I assume we'll probably get you back on next week for some post-dub chatter.
Probably. Depends on how dead I'm feeling.
Yeah.
Dub is Monday, so I have recovery time.
Oh, that's right, it is.
Yeah.
That's actually really
That's
good.
One heck of a way to start my week.
Yeah.
I need to load up on like coffee. I think I'm out. Yeah, so that'll be fun. And then we're recording a Tech Tales this weekend.
Hope so.
Hopefully, we'll see.
Yeah.
I finished the outline for this like ages ago. So I'm excited to talk about it because it's fun.
And you still haven't told me what the topic is.
Exactly. It's related to Apple, so it's timely.
Yeah, and you
except I'm gonna get it up like 3 weeks after WWDC, so it won't be anymore.
Well, so it goes. You could rush it. I mean, you could rush and release it on like Sunday right before Dub, and
I could, but I won't.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, dude.
Bye-bye.
Well, take it easy. We'll catch you in the next one.
Okay, bye.
All right. So, let's see. What is it I wanted to hit? Oh, so Austin, you brought up the question. I don't really have a great answer, but when are we expecting Apple 5G modem? Obviously, you're talking about in Macs as opposed to anywhere else, because iPhones now have the 5Gs, all 5 of them. They were stuck with just 4, then they incremented when put on another G. But yeah, when will the laptops get them? My guess is probably, I think they probably are about 2 years out. I don't think it's going to come with the M2. I think it probably will come with either an M3 or they'll do like a M2 special edition before it becomes a standard thing. This is all guesswork, but they know people want them. I'm sure Apple wants to be able to introduce it. Those are all Qualcomm modems. Yeah, and that is part of it. I have a feeling Apple's probably trying to get their own modem built. Yeah, right. They haven't made one yet, but that's kind of the thing. I think the thing holding them back is I don't think they want to put Qualcomm's modems into the laptops. Well, that's one of the things I think that's holding them back. The other thing, if I'm being honest, I think it's battery life. I think they're very cognizant of the fact that running a modem on a laptop that is so power efficient because of the M1 chips, they're running so efficient. I think they recognize that the battery on a modem, or the battery on a laptop that is running a modem, especially Qualcomm's modems, because we're now not talking about an integrated thing, we're talking about a discrete modem. I think they are very cognizant of how much they're going to have to admit, like, oh yeah, you can get what is it that they say right now? As I load up that page again and also switch to the correct capture. There we go. MacBook Pro. Let's see, 14 to 16. Let's see, battery. They say okay. We'll go with a much more realistic answer. 11 hours on web. Well, with we'll say Safari use. That's how they're actually testing this. So at 11 hours, I bet with a discrete modem, we're looking at more like, I don't know. I'm just guessing here, but I'm guessing it's probably going to fall to like 7. I bet that hit is going to be pretty substantial, maybe lower than 7. And because of that I honestly, I think that's where their concern is, because if they put in a modem and if it's a discrete modem from Qualcomm, they're looking at a big power loss. So they're not going to want to do that. I think they're waiting until they do their own modem, and once they have their own modem built, then they'll put it in. That's my going theory right now. Let's see. So yeah, and if they're gonna do a modem, I'm pretty sure it'll be integrated. Though to be fair, maybe their first round wouldn't be. They might do a discrete modem of their own build, but I imagine they're probably not going to. They're gonna try to do integrated. Which raises the question, and who knows, maybe when they announce the M2, they might even give away some hints about this, but maybe they'll admit that it's designed with integrated modem in mind. I doubt they would say that, because they'll kill all of their sales until they get the modem built and actually put that out there. But yeah, it is what it is. So we'll see. I don't know. They could surprise us. Maybe when the M2 comes out, they'll be like, oh yeah, by the way, totally has a modem. They might do it. I doubt it, but they could. And the thing is, we're really not going to know until it happens too, which is the kind of rough part. Let's see. So yeah, that's my theory. I think we're probably 2 years out. If they don't announce it with the M2, we're about 2 years out. That would be my hunch. Let's see. Were there any other? Okay, there was still Allard talk within my view, so I know I haven't missed very many comments. M1 chips are already huge chips too. Do you mean huge in terms of power or huge in terms of physical size? Because both, I believe, are true. Though I don't actually know how physically large their chips are. I never did look at that, but I remember hearing somewhere that they went with a pretty spread out design because it was easier for thermals. For the size. Okay. Yeah, I didn't look too much into it. It's just kind of passive information that I've heard, but yeah, I did hear that they decided to just build them out fairly large in size for thermal purposes, for easier heat dissipation. It's an expensive chip to make. I'm sure it is, but to be fair, it's been worth it for them. I mean, let's be honest, it has been so worth it for them. They've gotten so much value out of basically just owning Intel, Qualcomm, and everybody else. Tensor's the same, gigantic with lots of space. Yeah, the difference with Tensor, as far as I can tell, I don't think Tensor did it as a solution for heat. I think Tensor did it because all of their custom cores are just so completely different sizes. And there was no good layout that was really going to fit easily. So they kind of had to make a chip that was just sort of like when you look at like cities, how cities are built. Cities are never just built. They have kind of this layout that's like here's a core part of the city that grew up from like 2 centuries ago, and then here's this other thing that used to be a different city and now it kind of just grew to the size and is now that they are just butting up against each other. And there's this other city over here that sort of fits in, but it hasn't quite grown out a lot, so there's like a gap of, you know, a couple miles between them or something. Like that's how a lot of the chips in Tensor look, from what I've heard. Let's see, you've got oh wait, that popped to the wrong window. Okay, so that's Tensor, eh? Let's see, Tensor almost bottom right is TPU. Above it is the GPU. To the left of that are the ARM cores. Okay. Yeah, that looks about right. Which, holy crap, I didn't realize their custom cores were so freaking big. To look at that, wait a second. If bottom right is the TPU, well, wait a second, what is everything else? Above it is a GPU. Okay. And those are all lined up nice and in sync. Left of that are the ARM cores. Okay, so what is... I thought the Tensor cores were a lot... Okay, if that's Tensor right there, like just to the side of my head. Interesting. Because I had heard that they had a lot of the custom stuff also just floating out here in the void. Because if I recall, most of these things off to the side, these other basically 4 quadrants, those should all be like IO controllers. And I'd have to see a schematic, but I know a good chunk of these are for IO. Some of this should be like their basic like timing and management chips. So a good chunk of it should be RAM. Actually, RAM should be this huge group right here, isn't it? Or is that storage? I can never remember. Actually, wait. Or would the RAM be these 2 little blocks up here at the top? I don't know. I don't remember. I'm sure you know better than I do. Anyway. So, yeah, Tensor is a huge mother. It is a very huge mother. No onboard RAM or storage? Really? That doesn't seem right. You're telling me that all their RAM and storage is somewhere else? Wouldn't that be just costing them a fortune in time or in performance? Because you really need onboard RAM. I mean, it makes such a difference for a mobile chip. But anyway, let's see. While I'm waiting on that discussion to cycle around, let's see, what was the other stuff that happened this week? ARM sits on top of the SoC. Okay. Interesting. I swore it was... Okay, I don't know. I'll trust you. M1 is pretty unique in that it has RAM on the SoC. Or RAM sits on top. Okay. Huh. Alright, I'll take your word for it. I admit I don't follow this stuff closely enough to claim any sort of expert knowledge. Just seems strange that in this whole package they wouldn't have it in there. Okay, so what was I going to look at? I can close those tabs. Oh, since I was done with that other article, let's quickly... I know I don't need to do file management at this very moment, but I downloaded that thing from... wait, where's it at? It was that Bloomberg article in PDF form, and I do not need that anymore, so it's toast. Okay. So, not that it was the most interesting thing, but just since we already had Apple news popping up, I kind of thought it's funny. Which I happened to write this one earlier. The Google TV app is finally on the App Store after it's been about a year and a half, almost 2 years. It's been over a year and a half, almost 2 years. I think it was in October when it originally came out, but they finally decided to update the old Play Movies and TV app on the iPhone App Store, well, iPhone and iPad, to support, or rather to replace it with the Google TV app. Oh, by the way, I'm going to call 15-minute warning. I'm sure I'll go past, but still, just calling it. Yeah, so they're finally replacing this thing, and part of me already thinks, wow, this is so ridiculously past due. Because, I mean, come on, it's been almost 2 years. Like, what is taking so long to get this app onto an iPhone? And who knows, maybe there was some reason for it, maybe not. It's hard to say. But yeah, it's taken that long. But it's really crazy. And I forgot to link this, or I didn't care enough to link it. But one of the messed up things is, or rather why a lot of people will care about this app, is it finally brings the, what's the name of it? The Android TV remote control to the iPhone. And I say finally, but it finally replaces it. Because back when they switched to the when they switched to Google TV as the remote control for Android TV, I'm saying a lot of the same words and letters in weird order. But back when they made that switch, it made the old Android TV remote control app completely unusable. Literally, like, it could sometimes connect to an Android TV device, but it wouldn't work. It was just completely broken in almost every way. For most people, the app actually started crashing and misbehaving in weird ways. So the thing is, that's how it's been on iOS for 9 months. They have not, like, people with an iPhone have not been able to control an Android TV device for 9 months. because of this. So for whatever reason, Google was just like, you know what? Who cares about iPhone users? Let's just not bother supporting them for almost a year. I mean, I'm sure there's some reason behind this. I don't think that this is just a casual, like, whoops, we forgot. I don't think it's some I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not even sure what to say about it. I'm not sure what theory to even predict. But for whatever reason, they just left it unsupported, and I don't get why. I feel like that is demonstrative in a kind of scary way that maybe Android TV, at least among iPhone users, was not that big of a deal to them. It's hard to imagine this, honestly. It feels like they need to have products that are better supported, and sure, this is not the best experience. I feel like using a remote control on your phone is always going to be kind of like the least ideal option. But man, it's so weird not to support iPhones and Android TV. Like, you've got a product, you want to support it. Why would you leave a relatively important app, at least a semi-important app, why would you leave that just dead in the water? I don't know. Anyway, not trying to bag on it too much, but it is a weird equation. Actually, really quick, did this article ever get comments on it? No, it did not. Okay. That's a shame. But yeah, so I don't know. It is what it is. I just don't have any other words than that. It's so weird to me that they don't have more or better coverage. Like, it'd be one thing if it was a month or two even, but 9 months. I feel like they could have gotten a solution out there. Either that or updated the old Android TV app. Well, Android TV remote control app. They could have just updated that, and even that would have solved it. Just anything, but it doesn't make sense to leave the whole thing unsupported. Let's see. Also, by the way, if there are any other topics anyone wants to pitch, feel free to. But the last thing I have prepared, and when I say prepared, it's only barely prepared, but I thought it was an interesting thing to cover. The Verge just covered this thing called Looking Glass, which they are describing as the 3D successor to GIFs. I'm already gonna kind of say, nah, probably not, but I like that they're aiming for this. It is, at least in its current implementation, basically a bunch of images that as you basically move your mouse over the image, you can see a 3D representation of it that follows your mouse. And this isn't a new thing in terms of like this effect. We've seen this effect before. Facebook has had it for years. Various other things have had it, but the idea here is it's built on all web standards. It's pre-rendered, so it's not like this is really eating system resources. However, it is expensive in terms of data usage. Austin, yes, we just got the new 8K model in our lab. It's stunning. The 8K model of what? I'm confused. I'll have to, I guess, wait for that answer. Or is this about a? I don't know what you're referencing, so I'll wait for the answer. Oh, Looking Glass. A Okay, my understanding was, oh, you're talking about their holographic display. I see. Um, okay, I was talking more about the format, like this particular thing in terms of using this in on the web as kind of like a gimmick. Um, though, yeah, I'm sure that the display is neat too. The display actually sounds pretty awesome. Um, which, let's see, they had. I didn't actually pop this open before, but I know I've heard about this. But yeah, a display that has where there's actual depth to the display, which, yeah, sounds really awesome. I'd like to see what this is like. Let's see, using it to show 3D protein configuration. Okay, yeah, that sounds pretty awesome. That's the kind of thing that, you know, that if they had it at the time, they absolutely would have been doing that in Jurassic Park. Like, that 100% would have been part of their Jurassic Park technology show off. But yeah, I'm just looking at this this thing, and the part I kind of wanted to focus on, like The Verge is describing this, like I said, as a successor to GIFs, and I mean, I kind of get that, but where the thing that sort of stood out to me is, let's see, where is it? Like, they're talking about how this is going to become, or it's using web standards, and it's supposed to be like a thing everyone will be able to use. But what stood out to me is this passage right here. So today, the company's opening a pilot program where 3D creators can sign up to turn their content into blocks, starting with items created in Blender, Unity, and Unreal. It'll hit open beta this summer. This immediately strikes me as a problem. You have this thing, you're telling people that they are going to want to use it, but it's, and it'd be one thing if it's open beta, but how much is it going to cost? Is there a limitation on this? Is there something that's like, how do you, I feel like a whole lot of people are going to want to use this for a hot minute, and then if they don't have an easy path to producing the content, getting to see what they can do with it, or very importantly, if it's like literally limited to who's allowed to use it for a while, which, I mean, it is right now if it's in a pilot program, immediately I'm just thinking this probably won't catch on. I mean, it certainly could, but will it catch on if people can't rush in and start using it right away? And yeah, that's the part that just sticks out to me, is that'll be the hang up. Maybe. We'll see. Let's see. Awesome. It's just a light field display, but basically no one else is in the market. Yeah. Wait a second. One quick moment as I check something. Okay. Yeah, light field display. It's also 20K monitor for the monitor. Yeah. Your lab got it as a test unit, but they have to ship it back. You can't afford to buy one. Oh, that's rough. That's unfortunate. Not that most people can. 20K for a monitor is obviously a little on the ridiculous side, but at the same time, like, hey, who doesn't want to buy toys? Oh man, I had a thought. It popped into my head for a half second and then it was gone. Um, which, speaking of toys, no, I can't talk about that. There's something I might, yeah, there's something I will quickly talk about in Discord later. Maybe. Yeah, I'll probably talk about it in Discord. I'm not going to talk about it in the stream. Just an interesting interaction with a company that, really unexpected and related to, we'll say related to toys. And no, not in the adult sense. Just to clarify, in case anyone's got the, in case anyone's thinking that this is gonna go dirty. Let's see, maybe add it to the budget for 2023. Hey, go for it. Because if you guys can find a way to use it, it makes sense. I mean, I'm sure you don't need me to tell you that, but yeah, that's one of those things. Like, sometimes having the tools, even if they're expensive, it can be so worth it. Not that this is the best example, but years ago, I was doing this contract job in the Bay Area, and it was for a company. Honestly, they didn't exactly have all their stuff together, but at the time they were using a dry erase board that had built-in, you know, that kind of thing where, let's transition just so my hand gestures make slightly more sense. But the dry erase boards where you can basically write everything, but they're connected to like an SD card, and as you're drawing everything, it's all just being written out to the SD card too. So, and it looked like a normal dry erase board, and it worked with dry erase markers of some kind, but I'm sure they had to be like specialty markers. But yeah, you know, it just recorded everything that was written on the board to like an SD card or a computer or whatever, and you could copy it all off and just store your notes somewhere. Do I think they got a lot of use out of it? I doubt it. But in the rare instances that they did use it, I bet that board was worth every dime that it cost them. I mean, I could be way off. Maybe it wasn't. But at the time, that was a trendy thing. They kind of insisted on having it. And that company was, they definitely, they didn't spend all their money in the best ways. Man. Remember, this was a contract job. At a certain point, I was very genuinely afraid that they were going to stiff the contractors. Not because we weren't doing good work. We were actually killing it, but yeah. We were pretty sure that they were running out of money fast. And so it happens. There was a lot of concern. Like, half of us were afraid the only thing we were going to walk away from that company with was the laptops that they loaned to us. And those were not great laptops, so that would not have been a big payoff. And that would have been pretty brutal after we had really expensive hotel stays put on our credit cards. A lot of nervousness with that job. At a certain point, we actually had to have our contract manager put them on a weekly payout schedule, because at one point we knew that they were a month in without paying us. We were all working like 12 to 16 hour days, 7 days a week, and they hadn't paid out for most of it, and we were getting really, really antsy. Let's see. Awesome. You wish you were old enough to work in the Bay Area during the tech boom? It sounds insane. Yeah. So I was just contracting for this job. It's not the only thing that I've done in the Bay Area, but it's one of the few I can talk about. And yeah, that company was insane. That was in 2008 or 9. should have been, I think that was 2008. And yeah, it was interesting. Interesting is saying the least. And this was actually in a pretty quiet area. I mean, comparatively speaking, like this was a very business oriented part of the Bay Area. It wasn't, it was definitely not San Francisco. In fact, actually the drive from the office to San Francisco was a pretty long hike. So, I only actually went into San Francisco once during that contract because it was far enough away and we were spending so much time working, and it was only, they brought me in for a 4-week job with the option to extend to 6 weeks. And at the end of, at 5, so they, after I'd been there, I think like a week or week and a half, they said, yeah, let's just assume you're here 6. Like, no, don't worry about it. You're here for 6. And then at 5 weeks in, they were asking, hey, can we get you back? Like, first they were asking if I would just go to work there. They tried offering me a permanent position, which I saw where that company was headed. I'm glad I didn't. I knew they weren't going to be around for too long. They lived longer than I thought they would. And they didn't crash and burn entirely, but not far from it. But yeah, so I got out of that. I was not going to take a permanent position anyway. When they asked if they could get me back, even just as a contractor for a while, I would have, but I was already booked for another job, so that didn't quite happen. Nevertheless, during the whole time I was there, I only made it into San Francisco one time, which actually, I got pulled over. I got pulled over because there was this particular street, apparently it's famous for this. The stoplights, the traffic lights were in a really weird place. I looked everywhere, I could not see them, so I ended up driving through and right into an intersection, evidently just as the light had changed, and barely avoided getting hit. And coincidentally, on the very other side of the intersection, there were a bunch of cops in the middle of, or had just finished, I guess, with a nightclub brawl. So I literally got pulled over by a cop who was on his feet. Like, he wasn't even in his car. He's just like, yeah, you over here. And he accused me of being drunk, and it's like, no, I haven't been drinking. And it was this whole thing. Anyway, it happens. But the only other thing that I did while I was there was I went to their Fry's a couple of times back when Fry's was still a thing. And yeah, that was about it. Otherwise, I basically just lived in that office the entire 6 weeks. Yeah, they were 4 weeks behind because the typical pay schedule for a lot of companies was about a monthly. They usually paid the invoices about once a month, which kind of made sense. The thing is, when you're working, like I said, 12 to 16-hour days, that adds up really fast. And a lot of times companies they pay for hotel, so it's not on your card. This company, they originally were doing that, but apparently their corporate card maxed out because they were paying for hotel for at least 3 people. I think it was 3. There could have been a 4th, but I'm only sure of 3. And so we had on our credit cards, so they maxed out their company card, and then without telling any of us, they decided to contact the hotel and be like, hey, we're moving all this off. You can just put it onto these guys' the people who are staying in the rooms, put it on their cards. the hotel, for whatever reason, decided to just do that without telling us, which ended up hitting my credit card limit. So I got actually charged for going over limit. Yeah, real winners these guys were. But yeah, all of a sudden we had, how much did the hotel cost? I could be wrong, but I think, okay, I'd have to look, but I think the hotels were something like $325 a night or so. It might have been more. They were kind of like whole, well, they were hotel rooms, but they had like actual kitchenette areas and stuff like that. They were sort of designed to be really overpriced long stay hotels. Anyway, so yeah, at that time period, that would have been about $9,000 suddenly hitting the card. That was on top of airfare, a car rental, which was practically going to waste anyway. What else was there? There were, and then obviously like any other expenses that we had. So yeah, our credit cards were typically hitting their limits or very close to it. They owed us for, again, like 12 to 16 hour days of work. They, when it all adds up like that, they were into us for so much money. And the fact that they hadn't paid their bill yet, we were getting really nervous that they weren't going to pay. And again, like, they were happy with our work. It was never a question of that. It's just, we kept looking at them and we knew that they were we could tell that they were starting to run into money concerns, because they were getting kind of sneaky about how they were spending money. We noticed that and every meal that we were in there like during lunch for a while. Like when I first got there, everyone left for lunch, or did something for lunch. But about a week and a half or 2 weeks in, they started ordering in lunches. They also started doing this for dinner. Dinner happened almost immediately. So people were working there late into the night, and they're bringing in lunch and dinner, having these things, not catered exactly, but, calling out for huge deliveries of food. And you could tell, like, in the first few weeks, or in the first couple weeks, the quality of the food that they were ordering out was really good. And then it started drifting. It never got bad. It was never bad, but it definitely started getting cheaper. And as that process happened, oh boy, yeah, you could just tell they were getting concerned with money, which is understandable. They were spending it a little recklessly. And yeah, at that stage, if they hadn't paid us, I know, at least because I was still pretty new into contracting at that time, and then I knew one of the other guys was also, I don't know the specifics of it, but I do know enough to know that if they had not paid us, him and myself, we would have been going from sitting fine financially to suddenly borderline broke. That would have been a really rough thing if the company had bailed on us. So yeah, that was not ideal. Let's see, what else was there? That total random offshoot conversation, but yeah, let's see. Was there anything else to say about our weird 3D GIF concept thing? Yeah, really, I only started on talking about this just to be just to kind of hit the whole, like, it's a neat thing, it's super cool, and I actually really want to get into Blender. Like, I'm very, very keen on the idea of starting to learn Blender, and this would be like kind of the perfect excuse to do it. But at the same time, I'm just thinking, like, man, if they're gonna limit how quickly people can access this, and if it's gonna have like other like limitations, it might be pricey in some way, who knows. Yeah, that's what has me kind of iffy about it. But anyway, Austin, well, David asking about Morbius. Austin, movie of the decade. Wow, that is a high bar. So yeah, I did watch Morbius. No joke, it took me 3 nights. Not all of that is entirely fair. The first night I started watching it, I should not have started watching because I think I was doing something else, and I was really tired when I started on it. So in full fairness, I think I only got like 10 minutes in and was like, all right, I'm ready to doze off. I shouldn't be watching this. Second night I watched most of it, and then something happened. I forget what. I kind of remember. I think that was as I was finishing up the review, or the Nordbuds Plus review, or sorry, Nordbuds. The One Plus Nordbuds. Wow. As I was finishing that up, I think that's why I didn't finish Morbius that night. Anyway, it was all right. I don't know. Maybe I'm just getting jaded about movies this right now, but yeah, it was fine. But it felt like so many other superhero movies I've seen in the last several years. It followed such a formula that I don't know. It just didn't seem that different to me. It's the moment that I saw Matt Smith. The moment that I saw him and kind of gathered, oh, he's got this condition and Morbius is going to cure himself in this kind of cursed way. Okay, Matt Smith's going to be the villain, right? Like, I saw that from a mile away. Austin, you're not going to watch it? Oh, sorry, I guess technically spoiler alert. But let's be honest, if anyone's watching to this point and you know that I'm probably not going to keep streaming for too much longer, you already knew spoilers were coming. And I'll keep spoilers very, very, very minimal. But oh, neither of you have watched it. Okay. Oh, golly. I thought that I was talking to people who had seen it, especially because Corbin and a whole bunch of other people that are, well, not that many people, but a few people who are on this other server, they all held a movie night to watch Morbius. So I felt like a lot of people have, yeah. Anyway, Austin, does he really say it's Morbin time? If he does, I didn't hear it. I must have missed it. Maybe he does. It's entirely possible I just blew right past that part, but as far as I know, he never says that. There were a few different things that supposedly he says that I don't remember ever hearing. I kind of mostly listened for them, but I admit it's possible I may have skipped over some of it, like, because I was dozing off a little bit and it could have happened. Yeah, you guys only know about Morbius from the memes. That's fair. That movie has become meme central. It is so deep and rich with the memes. My hunch is they're going to get a second movie just because the internet culture has decided it is such a ridiculous and absurd thing. This is going to go down kind of like Deadpool except the opposite. It's a very mediocre movie. I mean, it's okay. It's honestly a lot better than I thought it was going to be, which is really just saying. I was expecting something almost DC level bad. And it turned out to be, you know, on the upper end of what DC could have made. It wasn't Shazam good or anything, but it was, you know, if this had been a DC movie, I would have said it was like the second or third best. Something in that neighborhood. It felt... Oh, in fact, okay, I know exactly how to explain this. Go watch go watch like Spider-Man 2, the Tobey Maguire Spider-Man 2. Go watch that. It's honestly kind of feels like the same movie. Or maybe even the original Tobey Maguire one, but you know, thankfully not Tobey Maguire. I'm sorry, Tobey Maguire was so bad. I mean, horrible. But it has the same sort of storyline and progression. It has the same feel to it. It's the same sort of development as a movie. It doesn't feel like a Marvel movie as much as it feels like one of Sony's Spider-Man movies. So, you know, that is to say, it is very much just an action movie with some neat visual effects and a incredibly predictable storyline. That's what can be said about it. So, yeah, it's just not, it's nothing special, but it's not bad. Not as bad as I thought it was going to be. That being said, and I said this, I don't remember where I said this, but I do remember saying, I'm still amazed that they decided to cast Jared Leto for this movie, because I'm sorry, but who watches what he did as the Joker and genuinely sits there and goes, I want that. I want that to lead my movie. Nobody does that. That felt like a stunt casting that just turned out not as bad as it could have been. David, I'm getting too cynical with movies. Honestly, I do think that's a possibility. I feel like, because I watched Uncharted, and watching Uncharted, like, I think okay, actually, I previously said that I thought Uncharted was probably this generation's Indiana Jones, and I kind of figured, like, I didn't really get into it because I have an Indiana Jones, and it's the thing that I recognize and I love. But I think a lot of other people would look at it and go, you know, that's not, or I think a lot of younger people would look at this and, having not really experienced Indiana Jones in the same way. Maybe they've seen it, but because it is an older movie, there's a lot less to kind of link up to. They might not attach to it the same way. But I kind of looked at Uncharted and thought, maybe that's it. The problem, or since then, I have seen like the honest trailer for Uncharted, and I've seen a lot of other people's reviews or comments about it, and a lot of people who are young enough that they can genuinely still they fit into the category I was thinking would see it as kind of their new Indiana Jones. And evidently people are not feeling the way about it that I thought. So yeah, a lot of people seem to really think it's not as good. So yeah, Uncharted was fine. Not, I guess, is not even as special as I thought it could have been for some people. Morbius, I think, was okay. It's just, it's very formulaic. It really was. It's actually, okay, this won't mean a lot, but if I was going to describe it, I'm thinking of new ways to adjust how I'm describing it. It's kind of like watching a Spider-Man movie, but with the aesthetic of the Spawn movie. Anyone who saw Spawn, the old Todd McFarlane character with the cape, that's like amazing. And only the cape was amazing. it has kind of a little bit of that aesthetic to it. It's not as silly, but it's getting there. Carson made it through TSA. Hey, congratulations. So you're saying they didn't check your bag? That's amazing. They didn't see all the stuff in it? If you had stuff playing on the speaker, that's the moment where you walk right past somebody and they're like, wait, what did he say? Heading back to H-Town. Nice. Let's see. Austin, the only movie you want to see this summer is Black Phone. I don't actually know what that is. Black Phone. What do we have here? The Black Phone? Ethan Hawke, this one. TSA, just a bunch of power lords. Ooh, harsh. So I'm gonna scroll down just so I don't trigger something. Okay, coming soon, release date June 24th, 2022. So yeah, this is the one you're talking about. TSA, I've had some weird experiences with TSA. I know I've talked about some of this stuff in the past, but I tend to kind of get along with TSA agents, more or less. So a lot of times, well, I never go through the backscatter machine if I can avoid it. The backscatter x-ray machines, because I know they always love to say that, oh, you get just as much radiation from being in the plane as you do from the backscatter x-ray. Well, yeah, that's kind of the point. I don't need more. I'm okay with just kind of not subjecting myself to a bunch. And a lot of this came when I was traveling. Like I had to be on flights like every couple of weeks, so I figured the amount of the amount of radiation that I could be subjecting myself to if I constantly went through those machines, I didn't want that. It like people who fly once or twice a year versus someone who's flying like every week or so, like there's a difference here. TSA are most certainly not Hydra homies. Nice. But do you have to take your hat off? I actually have not flown. Well, I haven't flown since I started wearing the beanie. And I wear the beanie because my hair hasn't been cut in forever. So, I've cut it. Like I've run a trimmer over it a couple of times to sort of bring it down to manageable lengths. But yeah. Yeah, I typically fly beanieless. Though I don't have any metal in the beanie. I don't think they would make me take it off. I don't think. I don't know. I doubt it'll come up because I probably won't try to fly with it on. I don't actually wear it too often outside of just during streams and I guess when I run into town to do like shopping and stuff. Anyway, so let's see, what was I saying? Morbius. Yeah, it was an okay movie. I don't know that I'll rewatch it again, except maybe when a second Morbius movie comes out, or they've now confirmed he is in, or they are at least connecting him to the Spider-Man universe in so much as I won't spoil it, but if you watch the movie, you will see it's the stinger for the movie. They do link to the Spider-Man universe. If you want spoilers on that, it's easy enough to look them up. But yeah, there is a stinger that does do that. Let's see. So only the machine scans around your. So only the machine that scans around you emits radiation? Yeah, the backscatter x-ray machines that they use in the airport, the whole thing where you just stand in there for a moment and it takes a picture. It is just an X-ray machine, but it's using what's supposed to be, or I'm sure it is, kind of a lower grade X-ray. So it's not like the X-ray you would get in a hospital. This is more sort of like get you a fuzzy picture as opposed to kind of the really good high quality pictures a hospital would get. And all they're looking for is relatively obvious weapons and stuff like that. But it's still radiation. It's a decent amount. It's, according to everything I've read and heard, it's low enough radiation that it's not really a problem for most people. But again, like, there are people who fly like several times a week who've described, as a result of those backscatter X-rays, within like a short period of time, they got like they got symptoms that are common from not radiation sickness, but radiation basically meaningful radiation exposure. Let's say it that way. So for people who don't know, like, the most common thing that was described was a lot of them started suffering from what's called candida, or candida overgrowth, or runaway candida, whatever, which is basically just like, well, look it up. It basically just, it's a gut problem kind of thing. And it, like, if you ever see somebody with a really white tongue, that's one of the symptoms of it. It's basically like kind of a, I don't want to gross anyone out. We'll just say it's a thing. So yeah, anyway, when I go through airports, when I go through TSA, I always just immediately flag myself as like, yeah, I'm going for the pat downs. And you can tell they don't really like when people do this, but I be as friendly as I can be to them. I'm without getting creepy. But yeah, I just be really nice, really simple about it. It's like, hey, how's it going? Yeah, I've been through the process. I know what's gonna happen. And yeah, like, I'm the first person who's like, oh, where's the mat? Where am I standing? Here? Okay, arms out. I know the routine pretty well, so yeah, they don't have to mess around too much with me. That being said, I've had a couple of them who actually had really good senses of humor about everything, and I've also encountered a couple of TSA agents who have the absolute antithesis of a sense of humor. So it varies. They use millimeter wave scanners in most of the airports you've been in the past few years. Cody is one Facebook meme away from believing 5G causes corona. Nice. To be fair, I don't know if they've changed what technology they're using, but most, like, my heavy flying days were back in predominantly the late 2000s, and I know at that time, without question, that was all backscatter. They definitely were not using anything different than that, and I know that because that's when all the news reports were even coming out saying, like, here's what the airports are using. So if they've upgraded since then, that's awesome, I guess. Did that show up on the mic? There was just a loud crash. I think that was outside. Okay, well, I hear movement out there, so I'm assuming someone knows or is looking into it. Do I usually fly out of Portland? No. I don't Actually, I almost never fly out of Portland. I think I've only flown out of Portland maybe twice ever. Carson. Or is there another major closer airport? Okay, so it's funny because the questions you're asking all require just that little bit of like a footnote. And those footnotes, or that footnote is, I do have closer airports, but they are anything but major. So when I fly out, because of where I'm located, and this isn't that much of a secret, I live in Southern Oregon, near a city called Roseburg. Roseburg is not exactly halfway between, but it is pretty much almost exactly halfway between the city of Eugene, Oregon, and Medford, Oregon. Medford's a little further away, but by the time you factor in my drive time to Roseburg, or rather my drive time to Medford or Eugene, it's pretty close to identical from my house to either of these airports. They're both tiny airports. They're not the tiniest, but they're the kinds of places where they have, like, they technically have multiple gates, but they're not big enough that you go different directions in the airport. Like, they have their area for ticketing, then you go through TSA, and then, at least with Eugene, you can either go upstairs or you stay downstairs, but you just walk out to the same basic pod. And if it's upstairs, it means you're getting into one of the bigger planes. If it's downstairs, it means that you're walking across a tarmac to probably one of the smaller planes. And when I say big or small planes in this case, we're still talking about these are not big planes. The biggest that this airport can even handle, it's I don't know plane model numbers, but you don't have anything with a lot of rows, or well, with a lot of columns, I guess. Like, it's always planes that are like 4 seats wide, kind of thing. They're small airports is really the point. Let's see. So yeah. Anytime I fly out, it's almost always those, because if I was to go, like, the trip up to Portland, that's a 4-hour drive. The trip to, well, maybe not 4 hours, but it's close enough. The trip to Eugene or Medford, that's like hour and a half, maybe a little less if I drive fast enough. So yeah, I don't go up to Portland to fly out very often. The exceptions have been, one year I was planning to go to Google I/O, and coincidentally the weekend before Google I/O was my best friend's wedding. And so she lives up in Portland. I drove up there, hung out, did the wedding with her. Then I hopped a flight a day or two after down to the Bay Area for Google I/O. And there are some stories from that wedding, most of which are kind of sketch to tell. Yeah, so that's one time I flew out of Portland. I think there was one other that I had to fly out of there, but that was a long time ago. Also, a lot of the time during my contracting days, I was living in Las Vegas, so I flew out of McCarran Airport all the time. So much so that in Las Vegas, where they have, like, the McCarran Airport is insanely busy. Flying out of there, just think about how many people their TSA agents see. I was on a first name basis with like a half dozen of them. That doesn't seem, that's not a normal thing. You should not know TSA agents that well. But several of them just knew me. They saw me often enough. They were used to just catching me as I walk through, and it's like, hey, how's it going? What's up? We had little jokes that we told and things like that. And it's not that I flew out of there that often, but it was enough. So yeah, there was that. Where else? Oh, and then, not that this is super important, but I have, because of the airports that I typically am going through, I have a lot of instances where I have connecting flights in Seattle, or have had connecting flights in Seattle, and in Utah. Salt Lake City, oh my god, I can't tell you how many times I had layovers in Salt Lake City, and I hate Salt Lake City's airport so much. That airport is, it is one of 2 airports in the world that I describe as refugee centers. And Salt Lake City's airport is not actually technically that bad of an airport in terms of like how nice it is. It's more, it is just, their layout is so unpleasant in the waiting area, or well, at the gates. It's set up so that they're kind of actually really hot. The way that the like rows of chairs is set up and where the gates are, it basically forces people who are getting on and off the planes to kind of be crowded in with people who are sitting there, and it is just super unpleasant. I do not like, actively do not like Salt Lake City. And not only that, but I have nearly missed flights there a couple of times because also they don't have enough seating sometimes, or rather they have enough seating, but like it gets crowded, so it's like just barely enough seating. So a couple of times I've gone to the nearby cafes and just sat down and ordered some food, and oh my god, every single time, like, there are no clocks anywhere in view. It is so easy to lose track, and next thing you know, you are just screwed. I hate Salt Lake City. I never want another layover there. Also, like, you can't even stop and just get a drink. It's not that I'm a big, like, go drink before a flight type of person. That's not a thing for me, but if you just want to, like, if you're just looking for something to do while you chill for 45 minutes waiting on a layover, it's an option to burn a little bit of time. But it's Utah. Because it's Utah, you don't want to do it. So yeah, not a good layover. And then I've had several layovers in Seattle, except it's almost always just either plane lands and then takes back off after a minute, or it's just transferring planes. Very rarely do I actually get out at SeaTac. I've also flown into San Francisco's airport. I can't think of the name of it. I hate that airport, or used to hate that airport. They remodeled it or something at one point, and it's a lot nicer now, but for the first few years that I had to fly in there, it just looked like a ghetto. Absolute just dump. The carpet looked bad and worn. The everything just felt like it was weirdly cramped and yellowed, and I don't know, it was just not a nice looking airport for a long time. And then the last time I ever flew in there, it looked really nice. So they must have remodeled it, or maybe I flew into like a new branch of it or something. I don't know, but it actually started looking good again. Yeah, anyway, this has turned into the weirdest conversation. And meanwhile, I'm just sitting here with the black phone on in the background. So, horror movie. After being abducted by a child killer and locked in a soundproof basement, a 13-year-old boy starts receiving calls on a disconnected phone from the killer's previous victims. Okay, yeah, I saw a preview for this, and that is later this month. SFO is just an inconvenient location. Oh my god, it really is. Yeah, no, for real, that is the worst placement for an airport. Also, it is really sketch because they've now had it's what, 6 planes or something that actually went off the runway and just went straight into the water because for whatever reason they didn't pick up enough speed to get liftoff or something. It's happened a few times, and from my understanding, I don't think they've ever actually had fatalities as a result of that. It's still kind of, I'm sorry, that's kind of traumatizing and dangerous as hell if your plane just goes off a runway and you have an instant water landing. And what happens to like your luggage and everything else? I'm sorry, but what the hell? No, you this is not a thing that should be allowed. But anyway. Yeah, what was I gonna say? I'm blanking. Oh, the black phone. I know I'm certain that I saw a preview for this, but I didn't really look at it very closely. Why is this, what about this has you interested? This was, Austin. What's got you interested in this movie? Because I remember it looking kind of interesting, but I wasn't super keen on it. Carson, flight delayed 2 hours. Oof. Time to pop on a movie and just chill and forget the world. No, I hate flight delays. But believe me, like, I am so on board with flights maybe having they can take off late. I'm okay with taking off a few minutes late. I hate actual, like, legit delays. Oh my god, I have to be at an airport so long before the flight takes off. And even if the flight is delayed, half the time they won't let you in if you get there like a minute past when you're supposed to be there. But oh my god, but they delay flights all the time. Like, one of us is allowed to be late, but not the other. Come on. Like, that's infuriating. As a person who's missed a couple of flights in my life, I hate it. I do not respond great to the idea of planes not working on schedules. And don't get me wrong, I 100%, like, if they have legitimate mechanical reasons or something, totally get it. 100% get that. It's just that all too often I've seen planes where their reason for delaying the flight is like they screwed up on the runway and just couldn't line up their flights correctly, or like a pilot just clearly decided not to show up on time, or they're loading on new food and stuff like that. It's like, guys, you don't need to take this long to do this stuff. Or even better, just let's go without reloading the pretzels. It's okay. Nobody needs the pretzels. Austin, you think it looks better than all the blockbusters this year? Jurassic World has ruined dinosaurs for you. Thor looks like a generic Marvel movie. Okay, so I'll start by saying Jurassic World Dominion, I think is what it's called. I didn't actually watch the preview yet, but I did see the bit how they got back. Oh my god, oh, his name is right on the tip of my tongue, but it's not coming to me. Anyway, they got back the 3 main people from the first movie. Oh my god, what is his name? And I know you're all trying to think of Jeff Goldblum, or you're all expecting me to forget Jeff Goldblum's name. No, it's not his name. It's okay, well, we'll just pull it up. Sam Neill. Yeah, I know. Jeff Goldblum, I love Jeff. He's great. But honestly, for me, Sam Neill was the better, more important part of the first Jurassic Park movie. Which, yes, he was obviously the more of a star in that movie. But anyway, um, I love Sam Neill. I've loved Sam Neill ever since God, the worst movie, Event Horizon. The movie Event Horizon. It's not that great of a movie, but I just always liked it. And he plays the greatest character in it, we'll say. But yeah, they got back those two. They got back Laura Dern, who I don't care. Sorry, I didn't think she was that great in the first movie. She was okay, but yeah, I don't really care about this movie though. I'm glad that they're bringing back the originals. That's kind of neat. Hopefully they do something clever with them and not just generic, but I expect generic. Thor, I don't remember the name of that one either. That one I watched. Okay, yeah, I watched the trailer for this just a few days ago. 100%, it's just another Thor movie. I'm okay with that. They got Natalie Portman, who now has powers. Neat. They are bringing in Christian Bale as the villain, which do we have to? I don't know. He looks like he actually does a good job in this villain role. Maybe. We'll see. Other than that, oh geez, seeing some of the other people they brought back or have in there in various ways. Oh good, they're bringing back Matt Damon again. That's great. Yeah, I don't know. I think it'll be fine. Like, I'm gonna enjoy. I'll enjoy the movie. I'll say that. I will enjoy the movie, but it is absolutely going to be a very much. It's going to be just like the last Thor movie, Thor Ragnarok. It's going to be a lot of jokes. It's definitely going to be a Marvel movie, but I feel like the Thor movies bring the joke quotient up. Like, I don't know. They go for like a 12 on the scale when Thor is doing a movie, which I'm okay with. It is a type of movie, so I'll enjoy it. But yeah, that's about it. I don't know. I haven't looked at too many of the other blockbusters this year. What are they? So there was Uncharted, Morbius. Oh man. Death on the Nile does not deserve to be called a blockbuster, honestly. Let's see, what does Rotten Tomatoes list as movies? Are there any that actually jump out at me as like great must-see movies? By the way, anyone who saw Scream, very meh. The only thing that I really cared about with this Scream is that they had Jenna Ortega in there. I loved her in the show You. She was really good in this. And hopefully, well, they already said that she's on for Scream 2, so yay for that. I'll watch Scream 2 because of that. Otherwise, I kind of almost don't want to see it. Bringing back Neve Campbell at this point was not selling it for me. What about TV? Stranger Things 4. I only started watching Stranger Things actually about 6 months ago, so it was about that, yeah. I like it. I don't think it's as good as a lot of people said it was, but I did enjoy it. So yeah, I'm looking forward to season 4, which I haven't touched yet. I'm gonna wait until all of season 4 is out first. And I've not actually watched The Boys yet, so gonna have to judge that one later. Let's see. I am not watching Jackass Forever. I have no interest in it. I don't see myself watching the Marry Me movie. I did watch Death on the Nile. It definitely was not, it did not live up to the hype. It was okay, but yeah, very, very far short of the hype. Uncharted, I already talked about it. It was fine. but that's about it. Batman, I'm sorry, I think that was not a great movie. On a very decided level, I think that was not a great movie. It was, in some small ways, okay. That's what I can give it. The Atom Project, also just okay. I'm not watching Turning Red. I have no interest. Cheaper by the Dozen, it's not really my thing. Deep Water? Oh, I watched that. It's weird. It's just okay. But it's weird. I did actually watch The Lost City. Sandy B and Channing Tatum. Okay, so they also list Daniel Radcliffe, definitely in there. Who they never list, but it's important, he's in there. Brad Pitt. And Brad Pitt's character in this is awesome. These Channing Tatum and Sandra Bullock, they do fine. It's an okay movie, date movie kind of thing. Carson, has anyone watched the new Obi-Wan? I haven't yet. I wait until series are fully aired before I start watching. I don't like watching week to week on stuff if I don't have to. Which, speaking of, kind of, I doubt anybody else is watching this, or maybe you guys are. The show Barry on HBO. I'm looking forward to season 3 finishing on that. I'm looking forward to that. Because I've kind of grown, not addicted, but I really dug Barry. It's kind of like a funnier version of what Dexter used to be. Let's see. As far as Obi-Wan, I'm looking forward to it, but I kind of am already hating a lot of the meta discussions having to do with that show. It just started. Yeah, it was just last week. I put it into the movie post, actually. Even though it's not a movie, I feel like that's something that deserves to get kind of called out as something unique. But yeah, so I think it's going to take about 2 months to finish airing. And so yeah, I'm not going to touch it for about 2 months, or however long it takes. I don't see myself watching Sonic the Hedgehog. I've already decided I'm not watching Ambulance, or probably not. No chance am I touching Fantastic Beasts. I'm typically not the type of person that takes an ethical stand on something just because like a creator or somebody involved is icky. But I already wasn't really into the Harry Potter franchise, and now we've got a prequel that most people already find less interesting and less enjoyable, and then we get to throw in Ezra Miller, and it's also, what's her name, whoever created Harry Potter, I'm blanking on her name. Like, there are so many unlikable people involved. Well, okay, that's 2, but it's 2 people already. Like, I just don't need to support the movie. Not that I was going to anyway, but... Oh wait, no, that's on HBO, so I guess I could. But yeah, I just don't have a reason to. The bad guys, I don't know, that stars Sam Rockwell as a voice, that's kind of neat, but otherwise I don't watch too many of the animateds. The Northman, maybe. I'm not that compelled. The Unbearable Weight of Massive Talent. I only want that movie to come out so I can finally... Oh, wait. Yeah. I only want this movie to fully come out on streaming so that I can stop tracking it on the movie list. I've been tracking this movie for 2 years. I need this movie to stop being on my list. Doctor Strange, Marvel movie. I'll watch it. I want to see it. I don't actually expect it to be that great, but they're supposed to sort of kind of wrap up some storyline issues on that. Let's see, David Lama. Hope it wasn't as garbage as Boba Fett. Really, was Book of Boba Fett bad? I haven't watched it yet, but I heard people say they liked it, but to be fair, that was kind of people talking about it only from the first couple episodes. I didn't watch anything after that. Or, well, sorry, I haven't watched any of it, but I haven't heard anyone really talk about it after that, is what I meant to say. Let's see, Carson, the trailers look like it's really well produced, kind of looks like a movie almost. I know, or I assume you're talking about Obi-Wan. Yeah, and I mean, I kind of want to see it just because, but the meta discussion about that show has been unpleasant. Particularly one of, I believe it's, okay, I wasn't going to get into this, but did you guys see, now the discussion that's going on right now is Disney is making a point of supporting one of the actresses who plays Reva, or Reva, I'm assuming Reva, or Rava, maybe? Anyway, because she was getting a lot of racial and gender biased hatred on Twitter. And yeah, you know, Twitter's audience can suck in that way, and that's terrible. But one of the things, it was only like 2 or 3 days earlier, on Twitter, there was a trending topic for a little bit about I'm gonna see if representation was it. Yep, that was the one. I don't think it was this one. Maybe it was. Oh, was it in response to Grace Randall? No. Okay, somebody. Okay, this isn't it. Maybe it was something Moses Ingram said. Anyway, one of the new actors made a comment about how there weren't any, they had never seen the movies, but then proceeded to complain that there weren't any black actors, or there wasn't, yeah, basically complaining that there weren't any black actors in the movies. And Twitter, in its like, as bad as Twitter can be, it can also pop up, and honestly, I think this is a good example of Twitter kind of wrecking somebody, because they then proceeded to pop up and be like, really, how did you miss all of these people? Like, you know, I'm sorry, but all right, some of them not really that significant to the stories or easily kind of ignored, but I mean, come on. Mace Windu was one of the biggest badasses in the movie. Granted, it was the prequels and they were not ideal, but there's some great black actors who were in these. Like, how do you... It's just sad that someone had to get, like, their personal grudge out without taking the time to at least know that they're saying something completely wrong. So, just saying. Yeah. Anyway, and then for literally a couple days later, suddenly there's the whole problem with the new actress from the Obi-Wan series, for her to have tons and tons of problems with racial and sexist comments. Like, that's yeah, it's too much of a topic that really doesn't need to be there, because it's Star Wars. I mean, look, everyone was kind of mocking it for the whole, like, they defended it by saying that the Star Wars universe has millions of different species. I'm sorry, but there is actually a valid point to be made there. The Star Wars cast, yes, was mostly white, but that's not what it was entirely. It was mostly men, but that's not what it was entirely. They have always kind of, it may not be a balanced inclusion, but they've always had inclusion. Star Wars has always been a universe of all the people in it. So I don't get where they were coming from, but yeah, I feel like this is one area where it should not be that hard to get it right. People are being, anyone who's treating Star Wars as their own weird thing, they need to get out of here. They're not helping. Let's see. Carson, Fantastic Beasts isn't as good as the original franchise, but saw the new one and thought it was the best of the 3 films. Yeah, I haven't watched any of the Fantastic Beasts. Honestly, Harry Potter was only good to me for I think 2 movies. I didn't. Oh, okay, so I hated the last 2. Not hated, but I really didn't like them. The final movie that was split up into 2 parts, I thought was just a disaster. I think it was the 2 or 3 before that those were the ones I enjoyed. And then the ones with Harry is like at his youngest, I couldn't get into those really either. They were passable, I could watch them, but I just didn't think they were that great. And Fantastic Beasts came along, and I'm like, yeah, no, I'm not gonna walk down this path. I just don't need to. Let's see. David Lama, you liked the first couple episodes, but it quickly went downhill for you. And I know you're talking about Book of Boba Fett. Okay. Do we know if Book of Boba Fett is continuing? Book of Boba Fett. 2 T's, right? That's let's see, I think that's only, 1B? Yeah, okay. Got it on the second try. Okay, so they don't have a end date listed, so I'm inclined to guess. I'm gonna guess that they probably are planning a season 2. Oh, was it a run? Okay. Interesting. Well, I'll make a point of watching this sometime soon. I need a couple of things to watch anyway. I just last night finished watching Lovecraft Country. If anyone hasn't seen it, I'm gonna say it's probably not for you. I kind of liked parts of it. I liked the first few episodes, and I kind of almost like the last episode, last episode, yeah. There are a couple episodes is it 8 or 10? 10 episodes, okay. Yeah, from I think episode either 6 or 7 through like episode 8 or 9, it just gets really, really annoying. Really annoying. So yeah, I think I'm glad that they're not gonna have a season 2 of that. But anyway, it is what it is. Let's see. Did I watch Mandalorian? Yes, I did. Though I'm not caught up. I've watched the first 2 seasons. Or wait. They've done season 3, right? Yeah, I know I'm not spelling that one right. Oh, I wasn't that far off. Okay. By the way, anyone who's curious, I'm pulling up epguides.com. I found this it's just because they put this bundle of data right here up at the top. I find this so much faster than looking on IMDb, and it has just seasons listed out like this. Okay, so I am caught up on Mandalorian. I thought I wasn't. That's... Am I... Really? Okay, yeah, I'm caught up. Interesting. I thought they already came out with this season 3. Or is this just not updated yet? Nope. Nope, it's... Okay, season 3 isn't out yet. Alright. Weird. For some reason, I was certain they had a season 3 and I just hadn't watched it. Yeah. I like Mandalorian. However, I will say, first off, and I know that this is hot take territory, but so first off, I enjoy the show. I love that they brought in Giancarlo Esposito. He's awesome. I loved wait, what the hell? Barry Lowen? Who the hell is Barry Lowen as the Mandalorian? Is this just a different Mandalorian? I don't get that. Or is he like stunt guy or something? Anyway. Let's see. Anyway, I will just come straight out and say it. Gina Carano, I'm sorry, she's not a good actress. I did not like her in the show before the political BS that happened with her. So yeah, I'm pretty okay if they just never bring her back. Please never bring her back. That being said, generally I like the show. There were a couple of episodes that were a little on the iffy side, but for the most part, good show. Let's see. Carson also, new Doctor Strange was okay, not exceptional, but not so terrible either. Yeah, I want to see it. I'm not a big fan of Doctor Strange as a character, and I'm hit and miss with Benedict Cumberbatch. Mostly hit. I like him, but sometimes he just, I don't know. Sometimes he doesn't land quite right for me. But yeah, I liked him as Sherlock. I liked him, I even liked him in, what was the name of that movie? The one where he is, damn it, I shouldn't be looking this up. I don't care enough, but, I am just picturing the movie's poster, but I can't in my mind actually read the title of it. And as soon as I see it, I will immediately recognize that title. The Imitation Game. He plays Alan Turing. I watched that, and he honestly did a fantastic job in it. And that movie was kind of hard to like, but he did an incredible job. Let's see. Good that I'm caught up. Need to be for Book of Boba. Yeah, I'll download that and check it out, because I do need to see that movie or that show. Even if it's a one-off, may as well catch it. And yeah, like I said, I need something to watch now that I'm done with Lovecraft Country. Okay. Oh. Here's what... yeah, you guys are all looking for the summer blockbusters. Here's what I'm looking forward to. Bob's Burgers movie. H. John Benjamin in his first feature-length animated movie. Hell yeah. Okay, no, for real. I actually do want to see this. I have not even seen the trailer for it. I didn't know this movie existed until I think like 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago, something like that. But the moment I saw it, it's like, you gotta be kidding. They made a movie? holy crap, I can't wait to see it. I don't think I'm even caught up on the show. Am I caught up on the show? I can't be. Okay. By the fact that it doesn't have an end date, that confirms I am not caught up on the show. I doubt I need to be, but okay, yeah, you guys can judge all you like, but it's such a dumb thing. But I just need to see it. I don't even I love Archer. I don't really care about Bob's Burgers that much, but it's a weird thing to have. Like this should not have a movie, which is I think why I want to see a movie version of this show. Top Gun, whatever. I'll watch it someday, I guess. Crimes of the Future, I don't, whatever. Jurassic World Dominion, we talked about it. It's a whatever to me. Okay, I'm about to get hate. I've never watched Toy Story, so Lightyear does not really matter to me. One of these days, I'm sure I'll watch Toy Story, but yeah, I don't really have any affinity towards this. I don't care. But I've heard so many things about it. I'll eventually do it. Spiderhead, never heard of this. Elvis, I didn't know they were making this movie. Don't really care though. Minions, I can skip. Thor: Love and Thunder, I'll watch. Austin, you never liked Toy Story. Wow, I thought I was saying something that was gonna be hated, but dude, I'd keep that to yourself. There's some serious ravenous Toy Story fans out there. Oh wow, Jordan Peele's got another horror movie. Did not really see that coming. Not that they haven't been successful, I just didn't know he had enough time to make one lately. I haven't watched the others, but maybe I'll get out, or maybe I'll get a view of those before I watch this. The Gray Man, I don't know about this. Yeah, see, that's the thing, like, I'm not really looking forward to most of these movies. Bob's Burgers is the thing that's got piqued my interest. Thor and Doctor Strange I want to see, but they're just the next DC movies. That's kind of more why I want to see them. Let's see. Probably not. No. Bullet Train, Brad Pitt, Joey King, nice. I don't know about this, but at least that looks like an interesting maybe movie. 3,000 years long. Don't worry, darling. Yeah. Wait, what? Why is Hocus Pocus in this list? Halloween Inn. Wait, what? Oh yeah, that's right. It was a two-parter. I forgot, or three-parter, whatever. For whatever reason, they're doing this horrible sequel. I watched the last Halloween movie that came out this last Halloween. It was horrible. It was such garbage. I'm not a huge fan of the Halloween franchise, but it was just embarrassing. It was so destructively, terribly bad. It just unacceptable. So yeah, there's no chance I'm watching this. The Halloween franchise is basically dead to me now. Black Adam, I don't know anything about that though. Okay, so maybe it's connected to Shazam. That could be interesting. I've never heard of Amsterdam. Austin, you're guessing it's not going to end? I would put money on that. They are not going to actually kill off Jason. Or, sorry, Michael. They're not killing off Michael in this. Not a chance in hell. But they're going to tease it. They're going to keep pushing this presumption that it might happen. Black Panther Wakanda Forever. I honestly did not know they were making this. So as it turns out, for those that don't know, Chadwick Boseman died of colon cancer. As it turns out, we're still getting a second film in 2022, but Boseman will not be recast. The story will instead shift to focus on King T'Challa's spunky sister Shuri, played by Letitia Wright. I'm going daring here and admitting I didn't actually like Black Panther that much. It was okay, but I didn't think it was anything that special. I think it was more special because of the it was a meaningful film in that it got made, and it was meaningful for the right people. And that's great. That's fantastic. But that being said, I just didn't think it was that great as a movie. Sorry. Avatar. The first wasn't that good. Everyone needs to stop with saying Avatar was a good movie. It wasn't that good. Sorry, it just wasn't. It truly, truly wasn't. It was a neat, visually neat movie. That was it. Otherwise, no thanks. And I'm not that concerned with watching the subsequent movies. I'll probably watch them, but I'm not that keen on it. They are making a new new Shazam. Here's something I can be excited for. Shazam was actually it was the only truly good DC movie. Fight me, change my mind, convince me otherwise. Shazam was the only decent DC movie, and I dare say was actually a good DC movie. Where pretty much everything else, not so much. Someone convince me otherwise. Dare ya. I have no interest in the Untitled Mario movie. I might see it, but I don't care. There's a Sesame Street movie? Why? Blondie, Enola Holmes 2, Knives Out. Oh yeah, that's right, they were making Knives Out too. The Pale Blue Eye and Pinocchio. Yeah, don't care about most of the rest of that. Yeah, Shazam's a winner. David never watched Shazam. It's got some cheesiness to it, but it is a legitimately really well done. It's still formulaic, but it's fun, it's cute, it's dare I say, it's basically kind of like a Marvel movie, but in DC universe, and they do it really well. Does Watchmen count as DC? No. I know it's technically franchise, but no, Watchmen definitely doesn't count. Besides, that was also a TV show. Not a movie. Unless you're... Wait, there's not a new Watchmen movie, right? Please tell me there's not a new Watchmen movie. If it's anything remotely like the first movie, holy crap, that was a disaster. That was such a terrible movie. So yeah, as I look back over this list, yeah, there's not a lot this year that I'm really invested in and looking forward to. I want to see the new Marvel movies because I'll watch them, I want to see them, but I don't have any excitement over it. I'll watch the Jurassic World Dominion. No, they made a movie in 2009. Yeah, that movie was horrible. It's funny because I've referenced that movie twice in the last week too. It's so bad though. The only good thing in it is Rorschach being a dick, because he's kind of funny while he's being a dick. There's Dr. Manhattan walking around multiple copies of him with his schlong hanging out. These are the two best things in the movie. It's just funny that they did that. Like, it was kind of a clever gimmick. That's it. That's as good as that movie got, and that's not saying a lot. The TV show was much better. I still didn't think it was great. It was definitely much better. Like, it actually became watchable. But it had its limits. Or rather, it hit its limit pretty easily. Yeah, as I'm looking back over this list, it's like, there's just not that much. Yeah, so whoever said it earlier, that you weren't really looking forward to that much this year, I have to agree. I feel like that had to have been Austin. Yeah, there's just not much this year that is all that compelling to me. There's some decent looking stuff, just nothing I'm really excited for. And considering some of the things that are on this list that I have seen and couldn't have cared less about afterwards, like most of the, I've watched a good chunk of this early stuff that came out like already this year, and it's a whole lot of stuff I mostly either didn't enjoy or didn't care that much. Like Death on the Nile, it was for a movie that was delayed for 2 years, which, like, this thing says it came out in February of this year, and formerly was going to be September 2021. That's not even remotely true. Its original release date was back in 2020. It was supposed to be November 2020, I think. So, okay, I guess it was a year and a half of a delay, but yeah, for being delayed a year and a half, this movie was not worth the wait. Not even close. I'm not gonna say no one should watch it, but it's kind of like watching Knives Out if they weren't trying as hard. And I'm not convinced Knives Out was trying that hard. So yeah, I don't know. Just either I'm jaded about movies, or we waited through that 2-year span convinced that all the movies were going to be great once COVID was over and movies could start going back to the theaters. And yes, I'm kind of larking about COVID being over, but like, we all thought everything was going to get better after. Nope, the movies really did not improve. We just got more Marvel movies than we had before. That's really what changed. Oh wow, I just saw the weirdest ping. That's gonna be a weird thing to answer. But yeah, so I'm not sold on David. You're just getting old. Austin, each year you become more of an A24 fan. I didn't even know what the hell A24 was until last year. Or maybe it was beginning of this year. I had no clue that they were just kind of the weird, like, not quite art house, but close to art house level of filmmaking. But yeah, I'm not quite there yet. And David, here's the thing. I agree, I am just getting old, but I feel like my version of getting old is the version where I'm just saying, look, I already saw this particular movie and I'm attached to it, kind of like Indiana Jones. And so when I see another movie like Uncharted, where it's so similar in function, obviously a different concept, different delivery, very different effects and everything else. Like, I look at it and I like it. It's okay, but I'm just not that excited by it. I feel like I'm getting old, and that I don't like this because the movie hits that same thing Indiana Jones is supposed to hit. But then it's like, well, wait. I feel like if you still showed Indiana Jones to somebody, they're going to look at it and go, oh no, this was better. And Uncharted, the thing that was good about Uncharted is they managed to get the pacing better. Like, the pacing for Uncharted is really good. It doesn't really leave any moments you're going to fall asleep or get bored. Well, a couple, but very, very short. And so, yeah, I am getting old, but I feel like my getting old is really just, it's still the experience version of getting old. It's not quite the jaded level. It's just, I'm familiar with the thing that any given movie is riffing on. And so they have to offer something new or creative for me to like it. And Uncharted did not really hit that mark. Also, honestly, I think this is why I like TV series so much more than movies now. The thing is, this seems to be a trend anyway. I don't know too many people that are that big of fans of the movies anymore, because movies don't give you a lot of good character development. But everybody loves TV series that are like a continuous story. Like, okay, maybe Westworld's not the best example, but we're going to use it. Everybody loved Westworld because you had a story that progressed through several episodes and really just delivered the whole thing. The same is true, well, Mandalorian was kind of actually more episodic, but what else is a good example? I'm drawing a blank, but there are so many of them. That's the thing at this stage. I think my jadedness towards movies actually doesn't come as much from older movies as it does from the fact that the movies don't compare to the shows that do so much more. It's actually kind of ironic that I've been doing a post covering new movies every week when most of the movies that I just don't care about. Whereas if I had covered the shows that come out probably more like monthly, because there aren't enough new shows each week to cover. But yeah, the shows, that's where it's at. That's the stuff that we all want to see. And there are exceptions, like who saw WandaVision. I'm sure a few of you guys saw WandaVision. Show of hands, who really cared? Like, it was okay. There was so much hype for that show. I don't know why. It was fine, at best. Okay, so I see the few following comments. I don't have much to say on them, but yeah, it's yeah, that's it. Like, there's just nothing else about movies that holds up compared to TV shows. And some of these things have to be movies. Like, honestly, the where is it? Show me Ben Affleck's face. Where's Ben Affleck's face? There it is. Deep Water. This could only be a movie. There's no way this could have been done as a TV show. It wouldn't have been good. Actually, I say that, and I can see doing a movie or a TV show adaptation of this. Funny enough, actually, oh my god, now that I'm thinking about it, this would make a fantastic TV show. So much better than the movie. This made a really mediocre movie. This actually could have been a really great TV show. Oh, it bugs me that I'm thinking about that now. It bugs me so much because this would have been an amazing TV show. Ugh. Now I'm disgusted that they made this a movie. Okay, let's say Lost City instead. The Lost City. I doubt any of you guys are gonna watch it, or maybe you will. I don't know. It was funny, but it's only a movie. This is 100% a movie. It is just a rom-com. That's all it's meant to be, and it's fine. but you could never make a show out of this. And some things have to be that way. But yeah, there's some things that would have been so much better as movies, and I'd rather, as shows, and I'd rather see them that way. So it's kind of a shame to see certain things being shoehorned into a movie, like a 90 to 120 minute movie. Now, nothing's 90 minutes anymore. It's a shame to see everything shoehorned into 120 minutes when, like, honestly, that some of it needs to be, like, to get the best of it, you need to have, like, at least, I don't know, an 8 episode run. Give me an 8 episode run of, like, 50 minutes per episode. Maybe 60 minutes. Probably 50. Yeah, give me 50-minute episodes. Give me 8 of them. I want to see this. I can binge that over 2 or 3 nights. I'm happy to do that. Maybe not right now. I'm burning my nights doing other stuff, but yeah, 100%. That TV shows are just so much better these days. Yeah, okay. So I've scrolled over this list enough times. It's not interesting anymore. So yeah, I agree. I am just getting old, but at the same time, I think my taste. I don't think my tastes have changed or my interest level has changed as much as the quality of what's out there just makes TV more attractive. It makes movies less attractive. I think movies have actually I don't want to say they've gotten worse, because I think they look better. I feel like they look better and the pacing has gotten better, but the way that they're made, I think it's resulted in the acting not being as good. And I think the writing has become so formulaic that you don't really get anything too original. Like I said about Morbius, I felt like I was watching a Spider-Man movie with kind of the aesthetic and tonal qualities of, like, the darker parts of the Spawn movie. Like, that's all it felt like to me. So if I'm watching a movie and I know what's going to happen for the next half hour because I feel I've seen the same plot line 24 times in the past, why watch it? By the way, going back to David's comment, I saw it a couple of times, but I kept, like, I wanted to read it and then I skipped past it accidentally anyway. You said that you feel like The Rock is a bad actor. It's the only reason why they always pair him up with Kevin Hart. Okay, so yeah, The Rock is kind of a bad actor. He's not bad. He's just not that good. He's a one-note actor he's an entertaining actor. He's a charming person, but he's not a great actor. And that's fine. Like, you know, there are a lot of people who fit that bill. Honestly, there are a lot of people who fit that bill. You know what? Sorry, Chris, but same story. Not a great actor. He's okay. Not a great actor. But he's charming. He's a good-looking guy. He's entertaining as an actor. I want to see him in movies. I don't necessarily want to see him doing any deep like character-driven anything. It's funny to even think about that, but yeah, I still want to see him on movies. I just don't. Yeah, I just know he's not a good enough actor to pull off anything overly like intense. So yeah, The Rock, not anything too special in terms of acting, but if they make another Jumanji movie, I'll watch that. I'm down for another Jumanji movie, no question. I'll probably skip Baywatch if they ever do another one of those. Please never do another one of those. The first one was bad enough. What else? Yeah, I don't know. And pairing him with Kevin Hart, yeah, I honestly, I get what you're saying, but I think that's entirely because Kevin Hart actually, those two are just close enough friends that they want to do movies together. I don't like. Yes, they pair him with Kevin Hart for a reason, but legitimately, like, Kevin Hart and him are just like close. They've done a bunch of other stuff just without pay being involved. They've done stuff together just for the hell of it. So yeah, I don't think there's much in that one in particular. But yeah, they never give The Rock a movie of his own. They always pair him with a comedian. So like yeah, just pulling him up by the cheater name. What was the name of that movie? This is going way back, pretty early. They paired him with Sean William Scott for The Rundown. This was... Wait, is this the right movie? Yeah. This was a perfect example of one of those movies. This, you know, they had to pair him with Sean William Scott because at that time everyone knew he couldn't carry a movie on his own, but he was entertaining enough as if you put him against a funny man. And if you go looking through a lot of this stuff, a whole lot of his movies, it's him paired with a funny man. And not everything, or, well, sometimes a lot of funny man. Like, they put him in Get Smart. He was hilarious. Oh, wait, no, that's the wrong movie. No, where is it? Be Cool. Sorry. That's what I was thinking of. Though I guess Get Smart counts too. But in Be Cool, that movie was actually really good. It was an all-star cast. It's gimmicky as hell, but if I remember, he was... Oh, who did they have hanging out with him the whole time? It was always him and one other person kind of together. And he was funny at his bit parts. Also, he wasn't starring in this movie per se, but he was funny in bit parts. And whether he's a bit part character or one of the main characters, he's always in there with someone else to be the funny man. Oh yeah, he was just a cameo in that. What am I thinking? Oh, and then of course they added him to the Fast and Furious franchise. Look, I know nobody's going to call Fast and Furious spectacular. There's no way anyone should be calling Fast and Furious spectacular, but it is a spectacle. And for better or worse, I kind of like them still. The movies. But I feel like adding The Rock to those movies was like it was jumping the shark. It was one step too far. They did not need to add The Rock to those movies. And clearly The Rock now agrees they didn't need to add him to the movies because he's quit and presumably will never come back. And I hope that's true. Because honestly, I think his character sucked. He wasn't very good in it. And plus, there's only so much baby oil that they can put on a person's body before it just gets weird. Only so much. And yeah, the movies actually, now that I get up to some of these newer ones where he is he's a definite star and there isn't a funny man, they're not good movies. Anyone who saw Skyscraper, I mean, Skyscraper was so bad. Man, I forgot Ned Campbell was in that. But yeah, like, he does not carry a movie well by himself. He needs to be, he did a Taylor Swift music video. Oh, that's weird. But yeah, he needs to be. Oof, yeah. I haven't watched music videos, I don't watch very many music videos, so I wouldn't have seen, even if I listened to Taylor Swift, which I also don't do that. But yeah, I just everything in here, as I'm looking over it, is like you have to pair him with a funny man. If you do, the movie usually turns out okay. Like, I watched Red Notice. It was not a great movie. It really wasn't as good as it should have been, but it was entertaining. It was funny enough. But, you know, you're putting him with Ryan Reynolds. Of course it's going to be a good movie because you have Ryan Reynolds in it, not because you have The Rock. Which makes it kind of sad that it mostly followed The Rock, or followed him a little bit more than it followed Ryan. But whatever. Yeah. So yeah, sorry. Just momentary looking at faces and thinking things. Anyway, so yeah, I do agree. Not a great actor. He's an okay actor. He passes. Oh, wow, I just realized I forgot to transition the view as I was looking at things, but yeah. What's planned for this weekend? Yep, good topic because it is definitely time to wrap up. So this weekend, that's kind of tough because I need to take some time to prepare for something. I may or may not be able to talk about that later. So if I do stream, it's probably only going to be one day, and I'm not fully promising that at the moment. This is something I might talk about. Yeah, I might talk about this in Discord. But at the moment, yeah, I need to prepare for something next week. So this weekend might be pretty minimal. If I do stream, I'm guessing it'll probably be like maybe a Sunday night. I don't know. It depends on how I feel. Let's just go with that. It depends on how I feel, because I'm gonna be kind of working my ass off for the next few days. And then, but yeah. So for this weekend, well, ask me again this weekend. Let's go with that. Ask me again this weekend, and I'll have a better sense of how I'm feeling, what I'm up for. As for if I do stream, what is it going to be? 50-50 odds. Either photo edits and or video edits for the drone review that I'm trying to finish up. It is so hard to finish up some of these, but yeah, I'm trying really hard to finish that up. If it's not that, it'll, well, obviously game stream. I don't know which game, but maybe. What'd you think of whatever it was that I was playing at the end of the last stream? Was that one of the Outriders? I don't remember the name of it now. Oh, you know what? I can just look on Stadia.com and figure out exactly what it was. Darksiders Genesis. What'd you think of that? Was that entertaining? Should I stick with that at all, or just like was that kind of like not a thing? Because I'm not sure how entertaining it was to watch, but it's a decently entertaining game. I kind of had fun with it. I'm not sure I'm that excited about it, but it was interesting. Yeah, so I don't know. I'm on the mixed opinion for that one. Keep trying. Okay. So yeah, if I game stream this week, I'll probably do that. Just because, like, it seems like something I can probably keep going with. Let's see, and then next week, very obviously, we will be watching. Obviously, I won't be restreaming, but we will be watching some Better Than Chicken Police. Well, yeah, but I barely played that. Like, that was for all of a minute. Just to get far enough to realize what kind of game it was and then be like, nope. Oh yeah, so we'll be watching WWDC keynote next week on Monday morning. I guess it's kind of like more late morning for you guys. And yeah, and we'll be talking about it on Wednesday. And hopefully if I can squeeze enough time into it, I'll dig around and see what stuff maybe WWDC has that's interesting that doesn't make the keynote. I might be able to find out a few things. But yeah, so I think that about covers it. So yeah, again, recapping, this weekend is kind of up in the air, undecided. It depends on a couple factors. But yeah, hit me up if I haven't said anything by Saturday morning. Ask me and I'll try to have an actual like answer for what'll happen Saturday night. And upon thought, I actually might get cracking on Movie Post. What I can do of it now, I might start that. Actually enjoyed the stream, and thank you all for being part of the conversation, enjoying, hopefully, and having things to say of your own. I enjoy that. So again, we'll probably see you for at least a minute or two this weekend. Thanks as usual to David and Diablo for being awesome Patreon subscribers. Thanks to everyone else who has contributed recently or in the past. Let's see. Brain is shot as I'm trying to think of what else I have to say. I'm out of things to say. So thanks everyone. It's been awesome. And I will catch you all in the next one. And with that, good night, everybody.